Well, hello, hi, and welcome to this very special edition webinar, Actual Tech Media's Mega Summit. Today's topic is mapping your ransomware preparedness strategy for 2023. So to kick us off here, I want to tell you a little bit more about what makes this day so special. What makes it a mega summit? Now, if you've been to maybe say a megacast, an ecocast, or a virtual summit before, you're going to notice a slightly different setup here as we roll through our day together. Now, our agenda for the day is modeled on the 5 pillars of the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. So I'm sure you're familiar with these pillars, but just to review: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So today we've gathered together top industry experts from Cohesity, KnowBe4, Complex, Access Security, Palo Alto Networks, Rubrik, Zerto, and Haiku. They are all here today to talk to you about the solutions and strategies that are going to empower all of you to build, to enhance, to fortify each of those 5 pillars within your organizations. But that is not all, because we also have 5 different experts here with us to present a keynote on each pillar, and then they're going to be sticking around for a roundtable discussion at the end of each pillar as well. So that's innovative presentations, expert keynotes, engaging panel discussions, and all the ransomware questions, the trends, the tips, the strategies, and solutions that you need to revise, to revamp, and most importantly, to supercharge your organization's ransomware preparedness strategy as we head into this new year. Now, in order for you to get the most out of your day today, I'm going to review a few general kind of housekeeping things for this webinar, and then we'll get rolling with our sessions. Now, we do have a few of those awesome prizes lined up for you, so if you went right to that icon on the screen, I get it, hang tight. I'm going to come back to those in just a moment. But first, I'd actually like to draw your attention on over to the questions window inside your webinar control panel. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a huge audience out there with us today, and I have to say, actually, this is one of our last major webinars before we take a little bit of a break for the holidays. So don't wait to say hi or hello or wish a happy holidays to the community out there with us today. Now, we also want this to be an informative event for you, which means that we want to see all of your technical questions. So throughout today's Mega Summit, we hope you will get engaged and make sure to ask all the questions that you have about the ransomware solutions and strategies that we will be exploring here together. If we don't get to your question during the live webinar, don't worry, because the awesome humans from Cohesity, from KnowBe4, from Complex, Access Security, Palo Alto Networks, Rubrik, Zerto, and Haiku are going to be following up with you after we wrap. Now, the last thing I want to say about that questions tab before we move on with our tour here is that if you do have any technical issues today on the Mega Summit, knock on wood, of course, that questions tab is actually a great way to reach out to the Actual Tech Media team. Think of it as like your bat signal. So, before you reach out, though, I do want to encourage you all to give yourself a quick browser refresh, because that's probably going to clear out any of the more common issues, something with slides or audio. If that browser refresh doesn't work for you, just shoot us a message in the questions tab, and the Actual Tech Media team will be there to help you out. All right, now the next thing I want to point out for you all is actually the Twitter button right there in your audience console. So when you hear something exciting or interesting, one of those cool little brain tingly, lady uppy kind of moments on the Mega Summit today, be sure to share it with all of your friends. Now you can use that Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's Mega Summit is going to be automatically added onto your post. So we make it nice and easy for you. All right, and while you're exploring the audience console, talked about the questions tab, I want you to go one tab over and take a look at that handouts tab. You're going to find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. Just an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and lots more. So click around in that handout section and be sure to download some of those awesome resources for after we wrap today. Now, for anyone out there that I haven't met yet, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm with Actual Tech Media, and I'm so happy to be one of your moderators for this incredible Mega Summit today. How exciting is that? My wonderful fellow moderators, Scott Becker and David Davis, are also going to be joining us just a little bit later on, so hang tight for that. Now, as always, it is not just awesome content we're giving away, and I'm assuming that all of you out there are on the nice list, because we have a whole sack full of beautiful presents and prizes coming down the chimney for you for some of the lucky winners out there. So let me walk you through today. If you are here live with us at the Mega Summit, you could win one of 2 Apple Watch Series 8s, one of 3 AirPod Max headphones, one of 3 DJI Mini 3 Pro drones, one of 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s, and that is not even including the $300 Amazon gift cards that we're going to be giving away after every session here today. So I told you today was going to be epic. I meant it, and or mega, I should say. That's a mega prize list to go with our mega summit. Now, as a reminder, you do need to be here in live attendance at the webinar in order to qualify for the prizes. All winners must also meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you are not sure what those are, don't worry about that. You can actually head on back over to that handouts tab that we were just chatting about, click in, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. All right, now we're going to follow up with all the winners after we wrap today, but I have put a few quick reminders up on the screen for you, including the fact that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. I mentioned a little bit earlier how much we love getting all of your insightful questions during these webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's Mega Summit, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions, Now, the teams are reviewing all the questions asked after we wrap, which means that even if your question does not get read out during a live session, there is still a chance to win. So make sure you're getting all of those ransomware questions in, because, hey, first of all, it's going to bring up the whole energy level of the webinar here today. Our speakers see that coming in, our team sees that coming in, and we love to see those interactions happening, people sharing stories, ideas, thoughts, your own experiences, questions that you've always wanted to ask. So get those in, and we will make sure that you will either get an answer during our live webinar today, or that somebody will follow up with you. So, win-win. Get those questions in, bring up the engagement level, and you could be entered to win that $50 Amazon gift card as well. Now, if you are a lucky winner here today, you do always have the option to donate the value of your prize to one of the selected charities that you can see up on the screen here. Now, thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media webinars, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful organizations. So if you are a lucky winner and you would like to get involved, please do let us know, because we would absolutely love to help make that happen. Okay, now we're pretty happy that you're all here with us live at the Mega Summit today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social media. Be sure to find Actual Tech Media on Facebook and on Twitter. We definitely want to hear from you all. Also, be sure to subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. There are so many incredible webinars just waiting for you out there on any topic you have in mind. So wherever you're at right now in terms of your 2022 wrap up, your 2023 planning, there is something for you there at that channel. So be sure to go check that out after we wrap today and subscribe to the Actual Tech Media YouTube channel. While you're exploring, we also have some great resources for you on LinkedIn. So be sure to check that out and connect with us there. And last but certainly not least, when we're talking about interesting content, if you're looking for some holiday break reading, whatever amount of time you're taking off in the next couple of weeks, if you're going to put your feet up by a fireplace and sip some eggnog, it's good to have some nice reading materials with you. So the Gorilla Guide Book Club is going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. You get to stay up to date on all the trending enterprise technology. These books are going to work on your Kindle or your mobile device, so whatever kind of reading you prefer to do, and they're completely free, which is great. You can download all these awesome resources at gorilla.guide. There's a link for you back in that handy dandy handouts tab that we were chatting about earlier. Everything you need right there in one spot. So head on over to the handouts tab and be sure to check that out. All right, well, and for all you happy little elves out there looking for more ways to spread some holiday cheer in the world around us, now is a great time to refer some friends and some coworkers to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. You're going to find a link right there, again, back in the handouts tab. You'll also get automatically redirected at the end of our webinar. Now, I do want to promise you, I know that this time of year, our email inboxes are just slammed. It's complete overload. It's chaos. It's nuts. We are not going to spam your friends or your coworkers. We're going to send them an invite to a list of upcoming webinars that might be this week, might be coming up into the new year, and just let them know what's on the radar, what's on the calendar, what could they come and join in, what discussions do they want to be a part of. If they don't get back to us, that's fine. We'll send them one reminder email, just in case they miss the email. We want to make sure that they hear from us. But if they don't respond to that reminder, that's it. We stop there, and we will not spam them again, I promise you. And then both you and your coworker or friend could win a $300 Amazon gift card. We hold those drawings every month, so be sure to get those referrals in now. Whew. All right. Well, we have covered a lot of really important things. I'm going to take a deep breath here because we are just getting started on this incredible day. Now, before we start getting into our pillars and our keynotes and our sessions to kind of kick everything off today, I actually have a few questions for you. So hang tight just one moment because I'm going to get our first poll up here. Okay, well, I'm seeing some great responses coming in on this poll here. It looks like I'm going to show you the results. So if you haven't clicked on the poll yet, go ahead and click on this right now. Let us know which pillar you think is most important to either improve or enhance at your organization, or which one are you most excited about? Like I said, I'm going to show you the results in just a second here. So I want you all to be able to see what we're getting at. And don't worry, it won't show individual names or anything. So if you're worried about admitting that your organization needs work in one area or another, then that won't show up on the screen. But one last couple of seconds here to click. I'm going to move over to the results screen now. So as you guys can see, we had well over half of you saying, about 60% from what I can see, saying that really all 5 pillars need to get enhanced or improved at your organization. And I have to say, I love that because I don't see that as you folks saying that, things are in shambles at your organization in your ransomware planning, although maybe 1 or 2 of you might feel that way from time to time. What I see is a lot of people who understand something that we're going to talk about a lot today, and that is that these are iterative and ongoing discussions. This is not something that you write down, in a piece of paper or training manual once and then never look at again. This needs to be happening, revising on a regular basis. So that being the case, that's a great place to start with over half of you, about 60% of you saying, yeah, lots we need to enhance. After that, I do see the vast majority of you really in that identify and protect pillars. So that's going to be interesting to kind of jump into today and take a look at those. Before we actually get into our identify pillar, we just talked about sort of the what you guys want to talk about and maybe to a certain extent why that's important to you. But now I want to know a little bit about your when. So what is your timeline for taking action on some of this? Now, obviously today we're talking about 2023 and kind of planning ahead for that. But are you thinking that these are changes that you want to implement within the first weeks, the first months, or are you kind of maybe already planning ahead to 2024? And I know that's crazy, but for some of us, that's the distance that we're kind of thinking at. So what I'm seeing from most of you is that you're kind of even across the board, a little bit more in the 6 to 12 months category, and then a decent chunk of you also settling in that not sure category. And that's great because, to be honest, if you're sort of saying, well, look, I know I need to enhance, I need to improve, I'm excited about doing those enhancements, but I'm not totally sure what they are. I'm not totally sure what my first priority is. Well, then, yeah, that's going to make it a little hard to set a timeline. So we've got lots of opportunity to kind of discuss and explore this a little bit together today. So I'm excited to jump into that with all of you. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and pull in our first presenter here, and we'll get Alan ready on the line. All right, so we're going to start out, and I'm going to remind you again today that the way that we're setting up this entire webinar is going to be a little bit different than what we usually see. So what we're going to do is start out each one of the pillars with a keynote chat. Then we'll do some discussions about solutions and strategies, and then we'll have a little bit of a round table discussion. So I mentioned that in the intro, just kind of making sure you're all with me. I know that was a lot of info all at once at the start there. So a keynote, some solutions and strategies, and then a round table or a panel discussion of experts at the end to help pull out some of those key points and things that you might really want to be thinking about after we wrap. There's also going to be some prizes along the way, so there's lots of fun to be had here. And we're definitely starting out with a bang here because today our very first keynote speaker, our very first expert that's going to be joining us here in just a moment is Alan Liska. And I know a lot of you are familiar with this incredible speaker, and I'm so excited that we're starting out the Mega Summit with him. Alan is Senior Security Architect and Ransomware Specialist. This is going to be a great way to kick things off. I know that you are all as excited as I am. So hang tight one moment. Let's get Alan out here with us. Alan, thank you so much for being here to chat with us on the Mega Summit today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And this is such an important topic. So I think it is great that you all are doing this, and it's great that everything is framed around the NIST framework. Um, Looking forward to all of the speakers today.
Yeah, we're
So
definitely having an all-star lineup, and excited to kick it off with you. We're gonna start with some identify right now. Yeah.
yes, so
Okay.
as I'm sure everybody listening has heard from the description, there are really five pillars to the NIST framework for dealing with ransomware, and it's identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. The NIST spends the bulk of their time actually talking about identify because that's really the most important of the pillars, because you can't do any of the other pillars without identifying what's going on in your network. And I love the way NIST breaks this down, and I think this is something that a lot of people don't pay attention to. So when NIST talks about identify, they really talk about six different components of identifying the framework or of identifying what is going on in your network. So asset management, and that's the one that everybody knows, right? They don't necessarily do it well, but they all know they have to do asset management in order to protect things, in order to detect events, and so on. You need to know what you have. But then they also talk about your business environment. And that's one that, especially like when I run ransomware tabletop exercises, that's where we find a lot of the holes that security teams have in the network. I'll be running a tabletop exercise, which I highly recommend as a way to identify these gaps. Um, I'll run a tabletop exercise where the security team will say, okay, well, if this happens, then the desktop team will do this. And the desktop team will be there going, no, we won't. And nobody knew that. So understanding the business environment is as important as understanding your asset management. You may have certain assumptions about things that are being done. You may have assumptions about how backups work that may be wrong, or what is being backed up that may be wrong. So understanding the business environment is really important. The next one, governance. Knowing what your liabilities are. If you are in retail, you have certain governance requirements. You're in healthcare, you have a lot more serious governance requirements. So knowing what your governance framework is, getting your legal and your governance team involved in that identify is really important, because that helps you identify what your core assets are. Again, in security, you may have certain assumptions that just turn out not to be accurate. Um, and then what your risk assessment is. Where are your threats in your environment? We've talked a lot this year about all the ways that ransomware actors can gain initial access, or the ways they move around the network. Where are you at risk? What is your patch management strategy keeping up with all of the vulnerabilities ransomware actors are exploiting? Are you doing enough phishing awareness training to keep people safe from the onslaught of phishing attacks that are coming? There's just this week we announced not we, but it was announced that there was a huge uptick in the number of quackbot phishing campaigns ahead of the Thanksgiving season and going into the Christmas season. So when everybody is not thinking about work, ransomware groups are stepping up their phishing campaigns right now. What about your identity and access management? What about the people in your network? Password reuse problems, all the ways that ransomware actors are gaining that initial access. And then what is your risk? What is your risk management strategy? So you're going to hear a lot of really good solutions to protect your network today. And we in InfoSec have all these great solutions that will help do that. The problem is it takes a while to implement all of these, right? I can tell you, hey, you need to implement multi-factor authentication, and that's not a wrong assessment. You need to enable that, but that's a 6-month project. What else gets put on hold while you're doing your multi-factor authentication? So what is your risk management strategy? As you're improving your security, what are you going to do to mitigate the risk? Because the ransomware actors aren't going to wait for you to do these things. But the reality is, between budgets and personnel, you can't implement everything that's going to be suggested today all at once. So how do you better protect yourselves and manage that risk? And then finally, and I'm really glad that NIST included this because this is one that gets often overlooked, supply chain risk management. It turns out we now have to be our brother's keepers, right? Which is an odd thing to think about. But if your MSP gets compromised, the ransomware actor could be coming after you. If your vendors get compromised, your data could be leaked along with theirs. In fact, if you're bigger than your vendors and your partners, the ransomware actors will emphasize that they leaked your data even though you were never compromised. So understanding the risks inherent in your partners and vendors becomes just as important as understanding your own risk, because we're all interconnected and our data kind of flows everywhere. And so we need to understand what their risks are as well as what our risks are, what our exposures are with each individual vendor. And I know that's a lot. I know it's a lot to catalog and identify, and I'm dumping a whole bunch of stuff on you all at once. Well, NIST is, I'm just, the messenger. But I do think it is important to keep track of all of those different elements in order to fully understand what your risk is, and in order to develop the best strategies within your budget and your personnel to protect your organization. I'm really looking forward today, and Jess, that's really all about I have. Let's go ahead and jump into our first session and get things started.
Thank you so much, Alan. I love that. Lots of great information, and we are ready to roll. Let's do it. All right, so kicking us off with our first presentation in our Identify pillar, we're going to be hearing from James Blake, Field CISO at Cohesity. So James is here with us today to talk about this very important pillar because, as we always say, you can't protect what you can't see. So we have to start with that visibility. So let's dig into Identify. James, take it away.
As we said today, we're going to talk about the data management and how this can help you with ransomware preparedness. So one of the biggest drivers at the moment for modernization of data management, which is something we've needed to do for a long time, has been the requirement to prepare for and be resilient to ransomware and wiper attacks, which obviously has hit epidemic levels at the moment. But if we look at the history and the legacy of disaster recovery and backup, we started with replication, really the ability to move copies of your data offsite, be it on tape, be it on another system. This is the foundation of 3-2-1 backup strategies, and it's definitely the recommendation by almost all regulators across the world around what we need to do to be prepared for backup. And then obviously we built on top of this the right operational processes, the right coordination in order to actually do disaster recovery. So this is the operational capability to actually make that replication work in terms of a recovery of an individual machine, a group of machines, or at scale if you've suffered a massive wiper attack. But what I'm going to talk about today is the fact that cyber resilience, this main driver for us modernizing our data management solutions, our existing disaster recovery strategies and technologies are just not fit for purpose. And I'm going to explain the difference between those traditional disaster recovery techniques and what we actually need to handle cyber resilience. So let's start with why, the 5 main reasons why data management isn't really fit for the 21st century. The first one is backups. The traditional online backups, the kind of emulating tape silos, this legacy technology that dates back 30, 40 years, and we just bolted on additional capabilities on top of it. They're vulnerable to cyber attack. And what we've seen in a lot of ransomware and wiper attacks is they target the backups, because if you can recover from backup, the adversary is not going to make any money from trying to claim the ransomware. So they are actively out there trying to target your backups. So once they're gone, you've got no last line of defense. There's no recovery. The next thing is this lack of automation and orchestration. So these legacy technologies, if they do have an ability to be driven by APIs and IT operation systems and security orchestration systems, they largely lack the full capability that we need to be able to do this very fast recovery that ransomware is requiring, and this recovery at scale. The next thing is they do not integrate with the wider security ecosystem. What we really need to do to build cyber resilience is get IT and security working together, because it's not like a disaster recovery scenario. Disaster recovery, you're largely dealing with a natural disaster, a loss of electricity, a misconfiguration. With a cyber attack, it's actually an adversary who's constantly adapting their behavior and trying to get in the way of you doing that recovery. And you're not recovering to production like you do in a traditional disaster recovery scenario. What you're doing is recovering to a clean room. You're making sure that your systems have the vulnerabilities that were exploited in the attack removed, any of those artifacts from the attack, any accounts they've added, any configuration files that they've changed to maintain persistence. These all need cleaning up. So what that means is you work in this clean room, and then once you're sure, you then move this to production. That means your recovery time objective is not like it is in a traditional DR scenario. When you've recovered, it's after you've recovered to the clean room, and then you move from the clean room to your production servers. Now, in a ransomware or wipe attack, some of those systems you actually need to do that investigation and response may actually be non-available. So you have a staged recovery where you need to recover those first, your communication systems, your case management, your SIM, your forensics tools, before you can even move into the full-on recovery mode. And then the fourth one is fragmented tools, in an increasingly hybrid world. So if I want to do this mass recovery, I maybe use one tool for cloud, I use one tool for my virtual machines, I use another tool for my physical infrastructure. Coordinating that is a nightmare, and especially coordinating that when you need to bring all of these images and all of this to a security team to clean up before you go to full recovery. And then I said there was a fifth thing. This is a secret one that's not listed here. This fifth thing really is that integration between IT and security. We need both of these teams working in common workflows, common processes, common technologies in order to be able to do this in an efficient and an effective way. So there's a difference between recovery from rubble and resilience. Right? So what we've got, these historical DR technologies have given us this ability to do recovery, where we can replicate our data to different sites, we can pull it back in as needed. But as I've explained, we need different technologies for cyber resilience. We need to protect those backups from the adversary and make sure that they cannot be targeted. We need to air gap them away so they're not visible to those attackers. We need to put them on immutable file systems so they cannot be encrypted. We need to have the right level of authentication and authorization given to us by Zero Trust to make sure that they cannot get in, change our service level agreements of our backups so that they're wiped, they're deleted and taken off. We need that separation of duties. Then we need an ability to detect. The earlier we can detect a ransomware attack, the less systems that we have to recover. So ideally, you can use the backup for this. And I'm going to talk more about that use case in a second. And then we need this ability to respond, right? And as I say, these tramline kind of workflows and playbooks that we may have for disaster recovery, because let's face it, electricity, natural disasters and misconfiguration hasn't changed much in the last 50, 60, 70 years, since the era of mainframes. But what has changed is adversary behavior that changes by the hour, by the minute, by the second. They're constantly trying new things. So we can't have these kind of tramline processes. We need some flexibility for the analysts to be able to make determinations and adapt as the adversary adapts. So we need flexible technologies that will support this and support those analytical processes of response. So that's what we need for cyber resilience. So how do we achieve this? Well, I mentioned earlier the trouble with our traditional tools in doing this. And if we've got a tool that doesn't integrate with everything else, the security processes. So if we look at the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, there's 5 stages: identifying preparation for the attack, understanding your data, understanding your adversaries, doing your risk assessment, protection, detection and response. And then there's recovery. And what we tend to find in your average cyber incident is recovery is the responsibility of IT with their own systems, their own platforms that sit in a silo from the other 4 functions of the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. What we're suggesting as best practice is these need to be brought together. Right? Response is not a ticket thrown over the wall to IT telling them to recover something. These platforms actually need to be integrated with the other 4 stages of the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, both in order to deliver resilience, but as you'll see, there is some competitive advantage for doing this for yourself as well. The next problem we have is these distributed systems. As I mentioned in the last slide, we've got lots of different platforms handling all the different ways that you have workflows within the business. And what that means is when you come to do that recovery, when you come to do that investigation, those other 4 stages that you'll have to do to make sure you're backing up, restoring a clean image, you will need to do those on these platforms. So if you've got 3, 4, 5 different backup platforms, this delays your recovery point, your ability to investigate that cyber incident. Then we also have the fact that these legacy technologies, they're a big attack surface because you've got multiple ones of them. They need to be configured, they need to be patched, and every single one of them represents an attack surface in their own regard. We need to modernize those, and as I mentioned earlier, we need to make sure they have the right levels of zero trust, strong authentication, the ability to air gap them so that they can't be attacked. And then finally, we need to replace those tools. This is best practice. We take those different disparate tools and we pull them all into a single tool that provides that level of protection. And this gives us a number of advantages. So once you've got this single place where this data exists, as I mentioned earlier, we've got this ability to do mass or targeted recovery of individual systems. And it doesn't matter what kind of workload they are. I've now got a single place I can go to recover those systems. I've also got the ability to instantiate images. So we don't have to recover fully back to production or things like that. We can actually instantiate copies of those production systems in an environment which will not support the full workload. What we're trying to do is be resilient. We are trying to stand these images up quickly while we do the full recovery. So as I mentioned earlier, we can't even start doing the cybersecurity process until we've actually got the installation and the systems working that we need to investigate and respond to those incidents. So that first stage of recovery could be reinstantiating those so that we can start to investigate the incident. And I want to do this in seconds. So we take this hyper-converged data and we put it into a repository of this information, right? So I've now got a single place that I can protect of all this data and all of this metadata about files and data. And this provides us a couple of interesting use cases. So we look at the other 4 parts of the cybersecurity framework: the identify, the protect, the detect, and the respond. What we've got here is we've now got an ability in all of these things that you can see in these functions in the cybersecurity framework. These are things where knowledge of data, knowledge of file systems, the ability to replicate production systems become really, really useful. So we're not talking now about this traditional last line of defense of backup. We're talking about backup being something that can support all 5 stages of the cybersecurity framework. And what we've done, as I mentioned earlier, is we've got security orchestration and automation tools that we kind of laid on top as an abstraction layer to drive automations in all of these kinds of tooling and technologies that we've got at the bottom. So what you really want is a data management solution that supports orchestration, both by your IT operations tools for setting SLAs and what the backup regime is, and then recovering systems, but also by SOAR tools for some of these security functionality that I've described here. So just to give you an example, in Cohesity, we are that collection, that repository of information that protects that data with an immutable, air-gapped, zero trust, strongly authenticated system. But what we've done is we've added a lot of these capabilities that you see in green here. These are things that are natively provided by the Cohesity platform. You can do these capabilities natively by using that repository of data and file system awareness. And these things in blue, these are things we empower. We've got this platform which through an API can talk to that SOAR and create workflows that do these kind of activities that are mentioned on the top. And we realize that data management is essential for security. So what we've done is we've brought together key security vendors to provide solutions in all of these areas that we discussed earlier. So what we're trying to do is build these pre-integrations, build best of breed multi-vendor security solutions so that we can enable you to get more value out of your existing security investments by adding that data and file system context. So I'm just going to cover over what we really need to get to this stage of resilience against ransomware. You need to protect your backups from adversaries. So number one. The next thing is leverage automation and orchestration. Then enable your security tooling to leverage the APIs of that data management tool so that you can use it in security operations. You can use it in risk assessments. You can use it to prioritize and triage your response. And then finally, implement a platform that takes these benefits regardless of workload. If you're going to modernize your data management, you want to do it in a security way. What you don't want to do is go out and buy 5 different vendors' products and then worry about the integration of all of these into your SecOps processes, into your recovery processes. Choose a platform. Choose a platform that secures the data and choose a platform that supports resiliency. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, as I said, just a great way to kick off our pillar here. And now we have a poll up on the screen. So it's time for some audience participation. I know how much you all love that. And I am seeing some incredible questions coming in. I love that. I don't know if you've been noticing, but you're getting some responses back on live chat. Alan is still here busily answering questions behind the scenes. So if you had any questions for him as well, make sure that you're getting those in. And right now, what we're wondering about is what additional information you would like to get about the Cohesity solutions. We just heard some incredible information, a really kind of helpful way to get started. But there's obviously lots more to learn. So as you're thinking about this ransomware preparedness strategy and moving forward, what additional information is going to help you build out that strategy? So take a moment right now and click on that poll. Let Cohesity know how they can follow up with you. I also want to encourage you to head on over to the handout section. If you haven't checked out the handout section yet, I mentioned it quite a bit in the intro. Please do head on over there. It's got really just everything you need to get the most out of today, including if you click on that Cohesity link, you can find the Cohesity Ransomware Readiness. It's an in-depth evaluation guide. It is literally the perfect follow-up to our day here today. So be sure to head on over to that Cohesity link, click on that, download now, and save that to look at after we wrap. Okay, but now we're actually going to take a little bit of a step back in our presentations and let everything kind of sink in a little bit. And while that's all fresh in our minds, I'm actually going to bring out our expert panel. So we've already met Alan Lisko. We're going to bring on Sheldon Spears, and we're going to kind of get into, dig into some of what we heard a little bit together. So just one moment, let me get our expert panel out here with me. All right, well, here we are at the end of our very first pillar with our very first panel discussion. We have two incredible experts here with us, one of whom you've already seen his face and heard from a little bit earlier in our keynote. Alan, thanks so much for joining us again. Sheldon will be hearing from a little bit more in just a moment. But before we get into that, I really want to dig in a little bit to this pillar one. And, hear from you guys sort of what, after listening to some of our discussions and presentations today, what is sort of jumping out at you? What is really standing out from this first pillar and that discussion? Alan, since you kicked us off today with that incredible keynote, why don't you take the mic and let's hear from you?
One of the things that really struck me about what James said in his talk was how a lot of the recovery process is in the hands of IT, which is often very separate from the security teams and the teams that are planning and responding to the ransomware attack. And you don't really have that integration. So making sure that your IT tools, that your recovery tools are integrated with your security teams, and your security teams is fully aware of those capabilities is really important. I talked a little in my keynote about the importance of tabletop exercises, and this is a really great example of that. You may have assumptions as the security team as you're running through your ransomware incident response plan about how recovery is going to work. But if you're not including IT, and if IT is not involved in that process early on, it's going to lead to a disaster. So I really think that was a really great conversation, and really something that really jumped out for me from what he was saying.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think when we look back at when the term cybersecurity or ransomware was first starting out, you'd have a team of security people all alone, or maybe not even security people, right? There's one IT director that had to deal with everything. And so now, we have siloed off security teams, 5, 6 security engineers tasked to deal with all of these things. And security is it's from the CEO down to the janitor. Everybody's responsible for it. So I completely agree and echo with that. And when you're testing these processes, these procedures, these plans, it has to be a team effort to get things done efficiently to handle those attacks.
Do you think that, and people often do, I think, want to jump into that action phase, the later pillars, the recoveries and responses. Do you think that sometimes we forget to put the same level of attention? Alan, you just mentioned how important it is to have the conversation start in those early phases in order to have effective later phases. Are we putting the correct amount of attention, not enough, too much on identifying?
Well, James made this point, and actually I made the point in the keynote as well, that identify really underpins all of the other phases. So you can't really have protect, detect, respond, and recover without identifying, without understanding what's your network. It's kind of like, not to get all Star Warsy, but it's kind of like the Force. It underpins the rest of the response, binds it together, and can be used for good or evil. So you need to have that identify in order to do that. So you have to have a lot of emphasis, and in fact, that's why NIST spends the majority of their process talking about identify, because without identify, everything else falls apart.
Completely agree.
Yeah,
I mean, it's what's that? Sorry.
No, I was going to say, anything you want to add, Sheldon? And
Yeah,
you were ready to add. So.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, you can't protect what you don't know, right? It's the buzzword is shadow IT. So having the processes and the procedures in place to keep track of everything is foundation number one to not only IT, but it's specifically security.
Okay. Well, I wish we could keep going with this, but I think we need to keep rolling into, we've got lots more pillars to cover today. Before we kind of wrap it up though, Alan, since you kicked us off and got us started with this pillar this morning, can you, any sort of final thoughts that you'd want to leave us with as we sort of close up on pillar one?
You know, one of the things that I find interesting, I've been in a number of incident responses where the threat actor has left behind a more detailed network map of the network than the actual IT or security team has. And that's what I mean by, if you don't identify, the bad guys will, because they'll build that because they need it in order to do what they're doing. So really understand your network, really knowing what assets you have, having a way to deal with shadow IT, as Sheldon pointed out. All of those things are really important to protect yourself from ransomware and other kinds of attacks.
Okay, I love that. That's a great thought to end on. And luckily, we're not done with our conversation yet, because both Alan and Sheldon will be joining us for another panel discussion at the end of Pillar 2. But to both of you, thank you so much for being here for this discussion. And I'll see you again in just a few moments here.
All right, see you soon.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I mean, what should we do next? I don't know. I don't know what's next. Oh my gosh, look at that. It's time for a prize drawing. Let's get into our very first, sorry about that. You know, I had to. Let's get into our very first prize drawing of the day. And we are going to start out with a $300 Amazon gift card. And then I'm just going to give you all a sneak peek. There's a little bit of a grand prize next. So let's start with this gift card. And before I get into it, I will remind you all that you do need to be here live present with us at the Mega Summit in order to win. So our very first winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is David McGrath of Alabama. David McGrath of Alabama. And then, oh, I said we would get to a grand prize. There it is, grand prize. We're going to give away 2 Apple Watches Series 8 to 2 lucky winners who are here with us today at the Mega Summit. So prize number 1, Apple Watch Series 8 number 1, going to John Howe of California, H-O-U-G-H. How? Yeah, of California. And then the Apple Watch Series 8 number 2 is going to Chase Paxton of Texas. Chase Paxton of Texas. You have won. So congrats to David on a $300 Amazon gift card. Congrats to John and Chase on your 2, one each. I want to be clear about that. Apple Watches Series 8 coming your way. That's a nice little stocking stuffer there for you. All right. Well, we're going to keep moving along here, because for those of you counting along with me, it is already time for Pillar 2. So this is our Protect pillar. And who better to talk to us about Protect than a hacker, right? So we are going to chat with world famous ethical hacker, cybersecurity keynote speaker, and advisor at Spire Solutions, and that's Brian Seeley. So hang tight and let me get Brian out here with us. Brian, always such a pleasure to have you here with us. I'm so excited to dive into a little bit of this protection pillar today.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. It's always good to hang out and talk. Very excited, well, probably more so than most people, about the NIST 5-pillar frameworks, but talking about the protect part after you've figured out what you need to protect. Now you're in this protection phase and implementing solutions. Figuring out the right solution can kind of be a big daunting task, and you might not know how to pick the right vendor. Some advice: when you're looking at vendors, find ones that are in your type of company size or have experience with your type of business. So if you're a bakery, you don't need bank level security. And anytime you ever hear of military grade security, that means military grade is lowest bidder and the cheapest possible option to solve the problem at their minimum level requirements. It's like going to the moon built by, on a spaceship built by the lowest bidder. You don't want that. sometimes you really need to look at your vendor solutions as is this too much? Like, do I need a Roomba with a taser and a machine gun to automated kill mice, or maybe I just need to get a cat? It depends on what your business is doing. Find other people in your spot, but other businesses, ask who they went with. Are they happy? Usually you have to go through word of mouth or friends to get good reviews. Going online to find reviews, you're going to find fake reviews everywhere. Reviews are a really common thing to gamify. And because if you can get to the top of the search results, you win. You sell enough product, you move enough inventory, whatever.
So what do people do then? How do you find accurate case studies? How do you find recommendations that you can trust?
There's online communities and subreddits that you could probably go through. Any vendor that tells you they are the solution for you and they don't need anything else is just lying. There isn't a one solution. Even the biggest companies use multiple companies for like code review. Secure code review is really difficult. It's really difficult to automate. So I know one very big Fortune 500 that uses 4 or 5 of them and runs them through a various random sort of sequence so that they get, this one's good at this thing, this one's good at this thing. Lots of different ways you can kind of approach it. Find a vendor that has good customer service. Before you sign a contract, try calling their customer service. See how long it takes them to answer.
Oh, I love that idea. Do a cold call and just run through the system. And
if their automated system drives you insane within the first minute, like it takes 10 minutes to get through the options, you click them, they're asking you to spell something out and it doesn't hear you very well. All that stuff can be indicators that they're not a mature company and that they're faking it until they make it.
So, but I heard you say there, Brian, that, some of the larger companies you've seen, they're sort of stacking solutions one on top of each other. And, obviously we know this, there's no one answer, there's no silver bullet there. But is there a piece of advice? Because that could feel a little overwhelming, that there's always, you have to build this stack. So where do you start? What's the first layer, or what's the first, sort of, rung in your ladder, climbing up to protect
Sure.
areas?
I was speaking and I got a question from the audience at a conference a couple weeks ago. And the guy's like, so we were talking about implementing MFA, and that's a question I would have expected 10 years ago. And he said, we couldn't get our cybersecurity insurance because we didn't have MFA configured. And it's like, how are you still a company? Like, if you own a company and you're not actively working on a list of things moving forward, even if you're in sort of this maturity level, a lower level of sort of reacting to fires, and you're not proactively solving things, it's like owning a home or having kids. If it's too quiet and you're not finding yourself too busy, single parent, 2-parent, parents with nannies, you're always maxed out if you're doing it right.
Yeah. Okay. So
if it's too quiet, one of your kids is up to something and they don't want you to come check on them.
Okay, all quiet on the Western Front is
that's
not
it's a bad news.
So that basically what I'm taking away from that is if you're operating and you're thinking to yourself, well, everything's been great, we haven't had any issues, there's been no attacks, we haven't dealt with ransomware, so we're probably doing this perfectly, or we don't need to worry about this. What you're saying is, no, if you're not hearing anything, if you're not, worried about ransomware or, protection, then maybe you're not paying attention.
Here's a really good one. I was talking with Kevin Mitnick. I hosted him on a webinar and kind of cross-interviewed him, and it was one of his first times having another hacker interview him. And we were talking about YubiKeys. And his company uses these YubiKey FIDO token USB MFA keys. And it's the only thing that we haven't figured out collectively how to break yet. All of the other MFA options have break possibilities and provable and currently being weaponized attack vectors, except YubiKeys. So, or FIDO tokens. That YubiKey is like tissue versus Kleenex, brand name, or whatever the thing is. That's one really good example of an MFA implementation that I would recommend. And why don't you have them? Find your head geek, the guy who knows the most about stuff, and ask him why we don't have that yet. Has he recommended it to you yet? And can he implement that? And if you can't, find someone to help you with it. You don't have to fire him. You might have a very specific use case for him or business model that doesn't have a whole bunch of IT people in-house, but you need to find an expert to help you with that. Because if the engine light is on in your car, you don't have to hire a full-time mechanic. Just take the car to the mechanic. You know what I mean? But do something. The light will go away when your car stops working. That's not a really good option.
That's a really great, and we're getting close to the end of the time here, Brian, but I think you may have just hit on something that is a really important takeaway, which is do something, and not getting kind of paralyzed by the choice here. I don't know if that's something that you see from organizations.
Staying put and moving in a direction that isn't perfect it's not a choice for me. You have to start moving, and maybe you don't know exactly where you'll end up, but you're at least moving and you're building the habit of getting stuff done, not turning things down because it's convenient.
Yeah. Okay. So being comfortable with layers, not looking for a one-stop solution, checking on customer service. I love that as a key point, making sure, give them a call, sort of a cold call and see if you're thinking about a solution, how that feels from the outside before you sign that contract. Making sure that you are finding a solution that makes sense for your problems, for your security needs, not trusting quiet, not relaxing. And then the last thing, do something, take action. Don't get paralyzed by choice or by indecision, and just start taking steps. Have I missed anything, Brian? I think that was everything.
I don't think so. I think you got everything. Because if I sleep in and my son doesn't wake me up, he's eating chocolate. He found chocolate and he's quietly happy eating chocolate, and he's not going to wake me up.
Yep, fair. Don't let the bad actors eat all your chocolate is the key takeaway from Brian Seeley here today. Thank you so much for being here to kick off our protection pillar, Brian. I think
Thanks so much for having me.
Jump into it.
Good luck. And thanks for having me again.
All right. Well, I am guessing that there are a few of you out there whose eyes just lit up with little stars when you saw this very next presenter slide, and I get it. So did mine. Our next speaker here today is an absolute rock star in this world and really needs no introduction. But I'm going to go ahead and give him one anyway. Up next, we will be hearing from Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger is here today to help us dig in a little bit further to this protect pillar. So without any further ado, Roger, take it away.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Roger Grimes. Thanks for showing up for the root causes of ransomware and how to defend. I hope to give you some of the most useful information that you've ever been given on ransomware in the next 20 minutes. At least that's my hope. If you haven't met me before, I'm Roger Grimes. I've been doing computer security for 34 years, earned all of those gray hairs. I've written 13 books and over 1,100 magazine articles, a lot of them on ransomware. My latest book is Ransomware Protection Playbook by Wiley. So this is a topic that I know a lot about and I think about a lot. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning we help to make you and hopefully your coworkers less likely to be phished and socially engineered. But I want to talk about root causes of ransomware infections because you have to focus on how things are breaking in. Most defenders don't. They're like, oh, I got to stop ransomware, prevent ransomware. You do. But ransomware is really not your problem. It's how ransomware broke in. Ransomware is an outcome of your real problem. How the ransomware got in, how it spread throughout your organization, that is your real problem. Meaning that the way that I like to explain it is that suppose I could wave a magic wand and make all ransomware go away in a second. There's no more ransomware after today. But if you allow bad things to get in the same way that the ransomware got in, social engineering, unpatched software, password guessing, man-in-the-middle attacks, whatever you chose to allow ransomware in, it's going to allow something else to get in if ransomware goes away. Instead of being ransomware to be some type of password stealing Trojan, it would be a Trojan horse backdoor program, key logging program, a hacker. So, recognize that your problem isn't ransomware, it's how the ransomware got in. Focusing on ransomware as the problem is like worrying about your car's brakes after your entire car has been stolen. So you need to focus on the root causes of initial exploitation. And here they are. This is the 10 ways. I've been tracking this and keeping track of this for over 20 years. These are the 9 or 10 ways that any hacker or malware program can break in. If you think of every hacker or malware attack that has ever happened, it's in one of these, I think, 9 categories in this case. Sometimes I'll subdivide it into 10. But it's one of these 10 things, right? This is how the hackers or malware got in. And those things, what breaks in using those methods changes over time. Like, it used to be boot viruses, and it used to be USB viruses, and it used to be email worms, it used to be spam worms and things like that. It used to be crypto mining, things. These days, ransomware is all the rage. Well, what breaks in using those methods changes over time in popularity, but those methods don't change. When people tell me, oh, computer security is changing so fast every day. Well, not the ways that they're breaking into us. Those have pretty much remained relatively consistent for the last 30, 40 years, for the entirety of computer existence. And if you want to use what I call a data-driven defense, which is, hey, use the data of how you're most likely to be broken into and then create defenses that fight those methods, that's it in a nutshell. You have 9 or 10 different ways that any hacker malware program can break into your device, personal or otherwise, or your environment, your network. Figure out what are the most likely methods. Identify the methods of how they could break into your environment. Here, I've got the 9 or 10 right here. You really don't even have to look. But identify the ones that would maybe work. If there's 1 or 2 or 3 that wouldn't work against your environment at all, maybe you don't have any insider attack issues, let's say. Or maybe you don't have any third parties you rely upon. Well, remove those methods out there, but identify the initial exploitation methods that could be used to break into your environment, your devices, then rank them as the ones that are most likely to be used against you currently and in the near future, then implement mitigations against those top root exploitation methods. That's a 3. I've written books, white papers on this. I've got a book, A Data-Driven Computer Defense. I consider my magnum opus. It's 200 pages just to say what's said in those 3 Visio squares right there. It really is this simple. I could say it even in a sentence or so, saying you should fight first and best against the ways that are most likely to be used against you. And that is about as simple, stupid as anybody could ever say anything. You should fight the most likely threats. That literally is the definition of risk mitigation. Computer security defense is all about risk mitigation. The problem is that most computer defenses don't rank the risk appropriately. So this is what I'm telling you to do, is to rank the ways that anything can break into your device or your organization, and ransomware, and again, ransomware methods in this case, and then fight those methods, the most likely to be used against you methods first and best. Now, if you use a data-driven defense, instead of worrying about ransomware, instead of worried about, I don't know, keylogging Trojan, instead of being, worried about the outcomes of the problems, I say focus on the root causes that allowed that exploitation. And that's what you should do, is look at what are the most likely impactful exploit root causes, and then you want to put defenses against those root causes against the most likely threats. Again, focus first and best on the ways that are most likely to compromise you. That is what a data-driven defender's approach does. And if you didn't know this, for the entirety of computers, with very few exceptions, for 30, 40 years, the number 1 and number 2 methods for attacking people successfully is social engineering and unpatched software. There have been times when, boot viruses or USB keys or something kind of came in there and interrupted that a little bit. For the entirety, though, of computers, social engineering from the very beginning was used to compromise people, followed by people not patching their software. And let me say, social engineering and unpatched software go back and forth as the number 1 and the number 2, but together they've always been either number one or number two. And social engineering's been like number one since like 2009. And maybe one day something will replace these. Maybe it'll be some cloud virus or something like that, or, I don't know, electrical magnetic interference attack or something. But right now, these are and have been for decades the most common ways that people get broken into, including by ransomware. And we even know before, a couple of years ago, a coworker of mine, Javed Malik, actually did a meta study, looked at 100 randomly selected cybersecurity reports that reported on the root causes of exploitation. And all 100 reports said social engineering was the number one root cause of all hacking and malware. So you don't have to believe me. You can believe 100 unaffiliated vendors that were not working with KnowBe4 and see what they say. I rarely in my entire life have ever come across a cybersecurity study that didn't say that social engineering is the number one cause of malicious threats. I've actually come across one report, and I'll show you that one report in just a minute, but almost all the others in the entirety for decades have said social engineering is the number one problem, followed closely by unpatched software. When I did recently look at 6 ransomware reports, so I looked at over 100 ransomware cybersecurity reports, but only 6 out of all over 100, only 6 of them actually gave the exact percentages of the threats that were used. The initial root exploits gave percentages. They all said social engineering, unpatched software, and password issues, and RDP, and all this stuff could be used to break into you. But only 6 of those reports actually gave rankings or percentages. And out of the 6, 5 of the 6 said that social engineering was number one by far. One, the CodeWare report, in 1 or 2 quarters said that RDP, remote desktop protocol, and that could be, a lot of times that's where the attacker already has the password. They bought the password, a valid password from somebody, and they just log on in, or they do some type of password guessing attack. But outside of the CodeWare report, every other report in my life has said that social engineering is the number one cause, including 5 of the 6 ransomware reports. And even if you throw the CodeWare report in there, out of all the attacks that you see listed there, social engineering is number one by far, at least responsible for at least half of all attacks. And then unpatched software is another quarter. RDP, or remote server attack, and password guessing are somewhere in credential theft are kind of around a quarter. Maybe third-party reliances and another thing. The USB one seems to be kind of I can't believe that 7% of ransomware attacks on anybody's report had to do with USB key attacks, but certainly Sophos is, they must have seen instances where it was. But even like I say, credential theft, how do you think the credentials were stolen, right? They can be, they're usually stolen because of social engineering, although they could be stolen because someone compromises the password authentication database and that sort of stuff. But, by far, without a doubt, if you're worried about all hacker and malware attacks, you need to focus on social engineering and unpatched software. If you were looking at ransomware specifically, which is all right to do in today's world because that's what's going to hurt you a lot of times, it's still social engineering, although unpatched software is a little bit lower, maybe replaced by attacks using RDP or password guessing. But this is what we're going to use to form the basis of the recommendations of what you should do to protect yourself, is this particular data set right here. And based on that particular data set, here are the most important critical defenses you could have. And of course, because this is ransomware encrypting your data, you do need to have a good, thorough, complete system tested, offline, up-to-date, backup, and restore. If you're going to have a chance of defeating and not paying the ransom from ransomware, you got to have a good backup. Let me say, most people don't, or maybe they have a good backup, but it's not secure, and the bad guys get to the copies and they delete them, or they, or they haven't tested them to see how long it's going to take to restore that. A lot of people have a really good backup, but then when they go to actually look for that, when they go to do the restore, when they've been hit by ransomware, it shows it's going to take 1,000 years to do the restores. So you want to make sure that you have a good, thorough, secure, complete system, tested, offline, so secure, up-to-date, backup, and restore. That's the bare base of trying. That's not really preventative. That's just for recovery, help you in recovery purposes. Most organizations do not have that, and because of that, a lot of them end up having to pay the ransom extortion. But in most cases of ransomware today, a backup alone is not going to gain you very much because they also do data exfiltration, and they steal credentials and other things. So you need to make sure that you prevent the ransomware from being successful in the first place. You need to stop. You need to concentrate on putting down the initial root causes of exploitation that allows the ransomware to get into your environment. And everything must be secondary to the prevention and also the backup, because if you don't prevent it and it's allowed to go off, there's a good chance you're going to end up paying the ransom or have a lot of downtime. Now, once you figure out what the top root causes are against your organization, most likely to be social engineering, unpatched software, and some password issues, you then want to take the best combination of policies and your technical defenses to be able to, put it down. And you always also have to add security awareness training, because no matter how good your policies are, no matter how good your technical defenses are, there's always going to be some amount of maliciousness that gets by those two things. And so you want to make sure that you educate employees to be able to spot maliciousness and to handle it appropriately, which is to report it to IT security, help desk, whatever, or delete it. But you want to create the best defense in depth. That means layered policies, technical controls, and training to prevent bad things from happening against your environment, to have early warning and detection of things that get past your preventative controls, and then have incident response and good quick recovery to minimize damage for the things that have gotten into your environment. So again, you want to use the best combination of policies, technical controls, and training, and most companies are very weak in the training area to prevent, detect, and recover from hacker and malware attacks and ransomware attacks. So knowing that, for ransomware in particular, you want to focus on mitigating social engineering as the thing you do first and best. And again, that's because the vast majority of ransomware breaks in because of social engineering. You do want to patch your internet accessible software. Last year, there was 18,103 things, or 108 things. It was 18,000, over 18,000 pieces of software and firmware you're told to patch, but only 2% of those things are ever used in the wild against anybody. So you only really need to patch the stuff that's actually being abused by hackers. And there's reports on the internet telling you which things are being used in the wild or not. But if you don't know, make sure you patch your operating systems, your browsers, your browser add-ins, Microsoft Office. Certainly, if you have Microsoft Office, your VPN software, anything that anytime you see a software firmware patching vulnerability that includes that it's being exploited in the wild, you need to patch it aggressively and 100%. And then the stuff that hackers never go after, it's up to you whether you want to patch it or not. But make sure you patch the stuff that's internet accessible, that's likely to be abused by hackers, first and best. Use multi-factor authentication where you can. You will not be able to use it everywhere. So then you want to use good, non-guessable, unique passwords. Where you can't use multi-factor authentication, make sure that every website and service has a different unguessable password. That way, if one of them gets compromised, one password can't be used against you to compromise more of your websites. Also, make sure that you enable account lockout policies in all your login portals and your application programming interfaces, if you have any of those, because that's where attackers are going to try to do password guessing. If you don't have account lockout enabled, there's a good chance, if given enough time, that attackers will be successful and take over your account. Also, teach yourself and end users and everyone how to spot rogue URLs. Most social engineering attacks include some type of rogue URL trick to try to trick people into think they're going to some trusted brand like Microsoft or Twitter or something like that. If you want to, I've got two links there. The first one is an article where I show the 12 most common rogue URL tricks, and the second link there is a 1-hour webinar where I give like 50 examples of the most common URL tricks used by attackers. Also, everyone wants to use least permissive permissions. That means don't be logged in as admin or root all the time, especially when you're picking up email or surfing the web, because that's just asking for trouble. And if you have file shares and things anywhere, you want to make sure they're least privileged, that the people that are accessing those things have the least permissions that are needed for them to perform their task. Remember, trying to prevent phishing social engineering is the best thing you can do. I have a webinar that talks about it's like 100 slides, talks about every single thing that's in my brain that can tell you how to prevent phishing and social engineering attacks. If you don't like to watch 1-hour webinars of me talking, you can read my 49-page ebook. And again, it's everything that I and KnowBe4 can think of to prevent phishing. It's every policy, technical defense, and education best practice that I and KnowBe4 can think of to make your organization and people less likely to be phished. We even are big fans of this Give Red Flags training, social engineering red flags. This is a PDF. If you go to that link below, it's an article where you can download that PDF, or you can email me at rogerg@knowbefore.com and ask for my PDF posters. But here's one that talks about the 22 most common signs that somebody should understand that an email is a phishing email. Things like the from is a wrong address, or the from address and where you'd reply to are different, or the friendly name is different than the from address, or it arrives at strange time at night, or it contains a malicious file attachment, or has a rogue looking link. Again, this is a good PDF that you can download, print, and send and use with anybody. You even have kind of the 12 red flags of rogue URLs that come out of my article and talk that I just talked about. But these are the most common tricks that malware writers and phishers and spammers use to trick you into clicking on something that you shouldn't click. So you can go to that link at the bottom of your page, or you can email me again, roger@knowbefore.com. I'll send you those PDFs. And we even have lots of good resources just in particular to fight ransomware. We have a whole portal dedicated to ransomware. We have a ransomware hostage rescue manual guide that has most of I helped redo the 2020 edition, which still applies in 2021 and later. That talks about all the things you should be doing to prevent, detect, and recover from ransomware. We even have a really cool ransomware simulator we call Ransim. If you download this, it tries to simulate over a dozen commonware ransomware programs. It's not really ransomware, but it simulates them, and your antivirus and endpoint detection removal system should not allow these things to run, but you'll find out. Some people will tell me, I downloaded it and it didn't work because it allowed all 21 to run. And I have other people that go, hey, it blocked it. You can use our ransomware simulator to find out which programs your endpoint detection programs will detect and prevent. It's a really good, quick test to find out how well protected you are. Most people find out that there's a lot of ransomware programs that wouldn't have been blocked. At KnowBefore, of course, we're big believers in that you should provide training to all of your employees, longer training when they're first hired, and then annually every year, maybe 15, 30, 45 minutes. Then every month they get some small training, maybe 1 to 3 minutes, and then you do simulated phishing tests every month to see how well they took the training. And when people fail the simulated phishing test, they get more training. That way, the people that need more training get more training. We know this works because our average customer that comes to us has about over 30% of their end users will click on a normal looking phishing email that you and I think we would never click on, but they do click on it. But after you do the training and simulated phishing and training where needed, you can get the average percentage of people that will click on a phishing email in your organization below 5%. This isn't our best customers. This is all of our customers that follow just what I said, which is to do annual and monthly training and simulated phishing and giving more training to people that fail the phishing. It really does work. There's no other thing you can do to prevent hacking and malware and ransomware attacks than to fight social engineering using security awareness training. Again, I'm Roger Grimes. You can email me. I'll respond to you within 24 hours. You can send me an email at rogerg@knowbefore.com, and you can follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. And I appreciate you putting up with me in my fast 20-minute talk today. And good luck, and continue to fight the good fight.
Okay. Oh man, my brain is buzzing right now, as I'm sure is the case for many of you out there. I hope you guys all got that email address, rogerg@knowbefore.com. I know a few of you were asking about that. Roger gave us a lot of resources. I do have to say, because he does get very resource heavy, he's always providing us with lots of incredible resources, and it's hard to click on all the links. It's hard to get all of the things that he's talking about as he goes through. And as he says, he covers a lot, so he goes quickly. Please do reach out to Roger and let him know what additional resources, what kind of follow-up you'd like, and he will make sure that he sends that to you. Now, another great way to get that information that you need is to click on the poll that's up on your screen. And you can just click right there and let KnowBefore know what information you would like to get to kind of follow up. So we just heard this incredible presentation, lots of great information, and this is another great way to make sure that you get that follow up. I did see, actually, Mike, that's a great question. We do have resources for you in the handouts tab as well. And in fact, the reason Mike's asking why don't we put all of Roger's resources in the handouts tab, honestly, just because it would overload the handouts tab. It would make it an unusable inexhaustible list of resources because there's just so darn many. That said, there is an incredible handout waiting for you under the know before link there. And it's actually a link to that ransom that Roger was just talking about at the end. So you can do a little bit of a check to see how vulnerable you and your network is to ransomware and crypto mining attacks. So I'm going to highly recommend that you go and check that out. Again, another great follow-up to our conversation today is kind of doing these sorts of checks and seeing where you're at. This is a good time to do some evaluation. So please do head on back and check those that handout. And I see a few more people asking for Roger's info. So it's rogerg@knowbefore.com. You can also look Roger Grimes up on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook, I believe, as well. Anyways, he's in all the places. But we are seeing these questions come in. So the other thing I'll let you know, we do have folks here with us on live chat answering some questions. And we are also making sure that we get all of these questions over to the Know Before team, to the Cohesity team, to all of our teams that are here with us today after we wrap. So if you don't get an answer during the live chat conversation here, don't worry, you will hear back from them. So if you're asking for contact info, if you want someone to follow up with you, if you're asking for slides, you want someone to follow up with you, if you're asking very specific questions about how a solution may or may not work for you, you will hear back from these organizations. So make sure that you're getting those questions in. All right, well, I think that it's time that we chat again with our expert panelists. So, we're trying to keep these rolling while the information is still fresh so that we can have some expert guidance on how to kind of take apart some of the information that we're hearing and hopefully get into some of the questions that we're seeing from all of you as well. So up next, I'm going to bring back our roundtable discussion. Give me one moment. We'll get ourselves situated on camera here. All right, well, that is 2 pillars down in this awesome and exciting day. And in even better news, we are back here with our incredible expert panel, and we're going to dig in a little bit to this second pillar, to our protect pillar. So on that note, Sheldon, Alan, thank you both so much for coming back to chat with us. Sheldon, I think you're going to start us out. I think I'd really like to hear from you both a little bit more about maybe trends that are happening, or sort of what you're seeing in this world of protection, because we talk about this all the time, the building the walls of the castle or the onion or the moat or whatever analogy people want to use. And I'm curious what you guys are seeing that is maybe either exciting or concerning in terms of the trends around this protection pillar. So Sheldon, if you want to start us out.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jess. What we're consistently seeing, I run a pen testing firm, right? So we're constantly trying to hack into companies, and it's a common theme over and over when we go from company to company is organizations tend to fail on the basics of patching, the basics of training employees on social engineering awareness. We are still exploiting log4j. That vulnerability is 1.5 years old. It's very, very critical. People are just not, I shouldn't say everybody, right? There are just bad apples who I'm using as an example, but really organizations need to focus on the basics of patching old vulnerabilities, update those new, update those servers, update those operating systems, get rid of Windows 7, Server 2008, get rid of them. There's so many vulnerabilities out there in organizations. What we see, most of the time when we are able to exploit vulnerabilities, it's because of just organizations not taking the basic steps and procedures to put up that preventative maintenance day in and day out.
Yeah. So it's funny you say get rid of Windows 7, but in 2021, I was helping out a small town that got hit with a ransomware attack. They had 200 machines that in their network. 198 of them were infected with ransomware. The only 2 that weren't were running Windows 98. They just didn't have the crypto libraries to be able to install the ransomware. Now, I'm not suggesting that all companies should switch to Windows 98, but I'm also not suggesting that. But Sheldon, I think you're spot on. One point that Roger made in his presentation that I really liked is that if you can prevent those phishing attacks and social engineering attacks from ever getting to the employees in the first place, That's the best way to go about it. But that awareness is the second thing. And we talked about this in the last panel. To go along with your vulnerability management, basic asset management, something that we in the industry have been talking about for 20 plus years, is still not something that a lot of organizations do well. So they don't even know what systems are out there and vulnerable on their network. Log4j is a great example of that. How many organizations just didn't know? I mean, just 2 weeks ago, we saw the Iranians going after state and local governments with wiper malware, exploiting Log4j to get there. And now, and Log4j is a year old, in fact, a year old this week, I think. So happy birthday to it, I guess.
That's great. I love that. I hopefully, no one's actually lighting the candles for that birthday, but I think so. These are some great points, and what I'm curious about is, protect, I think, can feel a little bit daunting sometimes because it's the one that we hear about, that where we put a lot of time and attention, and so for somebody out there that is kind of maybe looking at some, I'm gonna go full analogy here, at the crumbling castle walls, or seeing some of the holes in that armor, and they're wondering, how do I get started? I think it can feel overwhelming. And Sheldon, you gave us some great points of going back to basics and making sure you're starting with that foundation. But if somebody's trying to make that protect part of their plan and really strengthen that, no pun intended, then what do they? How do they get started? How do they avoid that overwhelm fatigue of like, this is too much, it's too big, and then kind of doing nothing?
Yeah, I think it's it's like anything, right? You just take it one step at a time, one day at a time. Make sure that you within that organization you have certified information security people, experienced cybersecurity people that are breathing good insights and fresh air into that program. And then, like I said before, I can't stress it enough. Just continue to maintain and patch those systems, keep those systems up to date. And then, just like Alan said, I loved what he said, on the social engineering part, just make sure you're consistently training those employees and that you have those email security measures in place. And, most of the time you'll be okay.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's kind of like exercise, right? It doesn't matter what exercise you're doing, you just have to start, right? And that's kind of the big thing. So plan out, okay, here are the things where we're deficit. And Sheldon, you and I know that when we tell people, hey, you should enable multi-factor authentication, you absolutely should. But we also know that's a 6-month project, right? By the time you get approval for the funding, by the time you select a vendor, test the vendors, and then sign the contract and then get it implemented. And 6 months is optimistic. So know that it's going to take time, but make progress every year with your projects. Also understand the risk. Understand what you're leaving open by not being able to do these other things immediately, because you can't do it all immediately. There just isn't enough time. There isn't enough staff. You have your day job to do in addition to implementing the new projects. So start, plan out. These are the things that we need to do in the priority, the order we need to do them. And again, Roger talked about this. Understanding what your biggest risk is, implementing protections against those risks, and then going to the smaller risk, the smaller risk, the smaller risk as you kind of move on. But again, being aware of the risk of the things that you're leaving open while you're doing these other tasks.
All right, some great takeaways. We are going to have to leave it there, but don't worry, folks out there. We actually have one more opportunity to chat with these incredible humans and experts here. But before we wrap this pillar up, Sheldon, you kind of kicked us off in our discussion here. Any final thoughts on the protect pillar to bring us home?
Yeah, I think Alan hit on it. Just start somewhere, right? Take it one day at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day, neither is your security program. So just keep going one step at a time. It seems daunting, don't give up. And to any executives watching, support those security people. It'll pay off.
Ooh, I think you probably got some cheers and applause from the audience out there on that one, Sheldon. And And yes, I love it. One step at a time. We've taken 2 big steps today. We're about to take our 3rd. Let's head into that 3rd pillar. Thank you guys so much for being here. See you again in a few minutes.
Thanks.
All right. Well, before we move into that next pillar, as you all know, it is time for another prize drawing. And in extra good news, not only are we going to do another one of those Amazon gift cards, we're also going to give away another one of those extra special grand prizes. And I'll show you that in just a moment, but we're going to start out with the gift card. And I'm going to remind you again that you do need to be here live, present with us at the Mega Summit. All right, so our $300 Amazon gift card is going to Steve Zering of Pennsylvania. Steve Zering of Pennsylvania, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And dun, 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 our next grand prize winner and we've got 3 of these AirPod Max headphones. So 3 sets of AirPod Max headphones that we will be giving away. And who doesn't need that? You know, if you've got a lot of holiday noise and craziness happening around you right now, and you just need to zone out and take a minute to yourself, this is a great way to do that. So we are going to give the first one of these away to Georgine Stepanek of California. Georgine Stepanek of California. A second set going to Sean Ganignor. Sorry, Sean. Ganignor of Massachusetts. You have won. And then Jack Zhang of Pennsylvania. Jack Zhang of Pennsylvania. So I'm going to read that through one more time. Getting a $300 Amazon gift card is Steve Zering of Pennsylvania. Getting one of our 3 pairs of AirPod Max headphones, Georgine Stepanek of California, Sean Ganignor of Massachusetts, and Jack Zhang of Pennsylvania. Okay, so those are our prize winners for now, and we're going to go ahead and move it along because it is time to step into pillar 3. I don't know about you guys, but when I think about this pillar, I always hear spy music starting in the background and picture somebody getting lowered in from the ceiling. It's time for the detect phase. And we're going to be chatting with Sheldon, who you have all been chatting with or hearing from throughout the morning, but now we actually get to hear him kind of dig in a little bit into this pillar 3 to kick us off. So I will step back and hand things on over to you, Sheldon. Take it away.
Hey everyone, my name is Sheldon Spears. I'm the founder and CEO of 10X Solutions. We're an information security consulting company based in Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you for Actual Tech Media for having me speak today on the 3rd pillar of NIST, which is detect. It's personally my favorite pillar, my favorite segment to talk about within NIST, as we are the most versed in it in our little sector. And so what I want to talk to you about today is a relatively new concept. It goes past the typical HIDs, the HIPs, the NIDs, the NIPs, the EDR, the antivirus that we think about when we're talking about detecting vulnerabilities, detecting anomalies, and everything else that goes into detecting vulnerabilities and what to do with those after. What I want to talk to you today about is the idea of continuous manual penetration testing. It's for organizations that already have those SIMs, the EDR, the XDR, all those cool acronyms already in place. And it goes into testing what you already have in place inside of that organization. So you might have 3 or 2 or even just 1 security analyst full-time looking at all of these alerts, all of these pings from outside bad actors. But what the manual penetration testing does on a continuous basis is it actually tests those SIMs, it tests those HIDs, those HIPs, those NIDs, those NIPs, those EDRs, the antivirus, and it gives those security analysts a live look at a constant feed of somebody specifically targeting your organization. And I want to be clear in that it's not the idea of buying a NetSparker for all the web app folks out there or buying a Metasploit Pro for all the network folks out there. It's not buying an automated tool and just clicking run once a month, getting those results, and then putting those into a pipeline in a Jira or a ServiceNow board and then trying to fix those. What it is it's leveraging manual, a real person crafting specific exploits and researching zero-day attacks to consistently put the state-of-the-art attacks that bad actors are using to the test inside of your organization. what we've seen in the marketplace is a lot of larger organizations, more established organizations that already have those HIDs, those HIPs, those NIDs, those NIPs, and that's the last time I say it, I promise. They already have those in place, to where now they're looking at, okay, now that we have these in place, how are we testing those organizational functions in my security department? How are we testing our current security posture, right? Because we don't know what we're missing. We don't know what we're not getting. A lot of folks talk about the sheer just volume of false positives in their SIM tools or on their EDRs, and then it takes hours and hours for people to go in and determine if that's actually an incident. And what a full-time manual penetration tester does is they really just focus on attacking that specific organization, your specific organization, and it can be done in a couple of different ways. So what we've seen it done is an organization takes a security analyst, or maybe they hire a security analyst that also has pen testing credentials, and they say, okay, 20 hours a month, I want you to just spend trying to break things in our organization. Just try to break anything you can, right? They have a little bit of knowledge on what the blue team is doing inside the organization, but ultimately they're siloed off and they're just trying to constantly find vulnerabilities in the organization, whether that's a vulnerability in those existing tools, whether it's a vulnerability in the vulnerability management process, whether it's a gap in a procedure, whether it's certain employees. That person is dedicated to attacking your organization. The other way that we've seen it done is hiring an outside security firm, maybe 10 to 15 hours per month, to do continuous testing, right? The old way of doing it, and kind of the legacy way, is people they get a manual penetration test once a year, right? We might scope it out for 100 hours of manual penetration testing. Say your scope say that is scoped out for the month of June, and there's a very high risk 0-day vulnerability that comes out in January, right? Well, now you have months and months and months of not discovering that vulnerability and not testing that vulnerability, not implementing the fixes for that vulnerability, to where when you take those 60, 100, 150 hours of manual penetration testing and put it into segments throughout the months, throughout the weeks, we've seen very, very high success rates of detecting vulnerabilities and fixing vulnerabilities and really maturing that overall security program. So for organizations that already have those HIDs, those HIPs, those NIDs, those NIPs, the EDR, the antivirus, the XDR, and you have a really good process of detecting vulnerabilities, those anomalies, and about finding those vulnerabilities and fixing them, I would really encourage anybody to take a look at what it looks like for your organization to not just do the annual manual penetration test, but to start doing incremental manual penetration testing, whether it's an existing full-time staff member, whether you're hiring out a security firm, whatever that is. I really encourage you to do that because I really think that is the way that we can stay on top of the bad actors, have that person out there looking at the dark web forums, looking at 0-day attacks, and just go away from constantly using automated testing and only using automated testing, and starting to integrate those manual testing methods incrementally over periods of time. And I believe that your security posture will really prosper because of that. So thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to you during the sessions.
All right. Well, another great opportunity to chat with Sheldon, and definitely a great way to kind of kick off our conversation here. And now we're going to jump into a presentation from Complex, and I'm really excited about this one. We're going to be hearing from Derek Melber, VP of Product Engagement and Outreach. This is a great pillar to kind of spend some time exploring, and we have a couple of really exciting solutions and strategies lined up for you today. So let's kick it off, and Derek, I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away.
Hi, Derek Melber here from Complex. I truly hope you're having a great event. Now we're going to move on to a session related to identity and the security of identities in your organization. Certainly, identity has become a major topic for organizations needing to secure their enterprise against attacks. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into some very important concepts and aspects of securing identity for your organization. If you're not familiar with what ITDR is now, you certainly will be familiar with it when we're done with this session. Not only will you be familiar with ITDR, you'd be familiar with how the different components of ITDR are so important, specifically attack detection. For those of you that aren't familiar with me, a brief introduction. My name is Derek Melmer. I am currently the VP of Product Engagement and Outreach at Complex. I have been around the space quite a while. I've been a Microsoft MVP and Active Directory group policy and now security over the last 20 years. I've also had the great opportunity of speaking in many countries around the world, giving me insights into how different parts of the world deal with Active Directory. And I can tell you, no matter where you are in the world, the problems of Active Directory are all the same. You may or may not have one of my books. I've written quite a few over the years. Kind of the one here on the right is probably the most prolific one, which is the Group Policy Resource Kit. But I decided to go into the archive and dig out even an older one back in 2003. Yep, Microsoft wrote a book. Actually, O'Reilly wrote a book in 2003 for securing Windows Server. I'm sure you can guess it wasn't a really big seller, but nonetheless, security was on the forefront of some people's mind back then. Some housekeeping things, please. If you have any questions for me, this is my email. I'm also very prolific on LinkedIn, so please like me, follow me, I'll follow you back, and it's just a great way to share information. So that's just a little bit about me and some housekeeping, but let's jump directly into some information that I want to cover today. It has been said, especially very recently, that identity is the new security boundary, and I truly believe that is the case. If you don't have a secure identity infrastructure, really nothing else matters. Because when we try to secure resources, if the identity isn't proven, then the attacker can just impersonate an identity. They can forge identities. So really, identity becomes this very important aspect of what we need to secure in our environments. So much so that Gartner actually has created a brand new category specifically for identity security. They've named it Identity Threat Detection and Response. And as you see here in this Gartner graphic, it's very clear what their point is. We have been relying on some security solutions for years, right? PAM solutions, access management solutions, right? Event management. Even more recently, we've tried to make a big push for multi-factor authentication. But what we're all seeing, especially Gartner, is that these technologies, great in their own right, don't secure identity. So they're not really giving us the full breadth of security that we need. Now, we've all heard for years that security has to be layered. This is just adding in that other critical layer, which is really getting down to the point of this concept of identity, which is related to access and authentication. So what we're going to do today is we're going to break this down. We're going to really talk about some of the details around this, focusing on where most of your identities live, which is in Active Directory. It becomes extremely important to understand how your infrastructure deals with identity and where potentially the solutions you have aren't securing the identities. Because I'll be honest, every day that I wake up and I see a new company has been breached, it's really no surprise because I truly feel we're not giving enough attention to the identity itself. Now, Active Directory has been the target for years and years, and it's no wonder, right? I mean, let's just break down the SolarWinds attack, which is probably one of the biggest attacks we've had in the last couple of years. Inside of the code, it actually checks to see if the currently compromised system is joined to an Active Directory domain. And if it isn't joined, execution ceases. So AD is paramount. It's critical for these different attacks. Now, SolarWinds is a little bit old, even though it was huge. Let's even take a more recent attack, right? Lapsus, which Microsoft was actually breached with Lapsus. And the Microsoft security team went in and they wrote a really good technical paper on this, focusing on the fact that Lapsus is using attacks like DC sync. Now, DC sync attacks are very, very easy with a tool like Mimikatz because You don't need to be a domain admin, but you can actually get some amazing information from the system. So Microsoft saw that inside of Lapsus, they were really doing things that are very common, but maybe organizations aren't familiar with them, but certainly the attacker community is. Microsoft also said that Lapsus was using tools like AD Explorer to enumerate all users to try to find high privileged accounts. We all know that the attackers want and need privileged accounts. This is just giving that proof. So with these very common attacks, leveraging Active Directory, it makes sense that we have to spend the time to secure Active Directory, which is really where the identity lives. Now, if we kind of break down the traditional identity prevention tools that Gartner kind of floated to the top, we can see that they are awesome at what they do, right? Multi-factor authentication. It's getting us away from the use of passwords or passwords at all, but it really has nothing to do with the identity. Once you've authenticated, everything at the underlying communication level is the same. Privilege access management, the same concept. It controls privileges, but it doesn't change the identity itself. It doesn't change the properties of the identity. So with both of these technologies, they kind of sit above the identity. They're not securing the identity, they're securing the access that the identity has. But if the attacker can compromise the identity, it doesn't really matter because now the attacker has the access that they need. Whether you get into access management, identity government administration, or cloud infrastructure, it doesn't matter. They're not dealing with the identity. And that's really where we need to focus. So how do we focus on that? Well, certainly we have to look at identity and where we are with AD. AD is pretty old, right? And you got to consider 22 years ago, our security concerns were much different than they are today. But the same identity and configurations, the attributes and properties of identities are the same. So we may have a setting inside of our Active Directory environment that's 20 years old that can be easily compromised. So we really need to go into our existing infrastructure and make sure that we ensure that the settings are secure. So that would be AD permissions, AD configurations, identity hygiene, things that maybe we haven't considered for 15 to 20 years. We now need to consider because guess what? The attackers have been considering it. And we can't take the approach of, hey, well, we haven't been breached yet, we must be good enough. We also can't rely on the fact that, hey, we don't have enough resources to do this, because the attackers do. So we have to fix AD security. Even if you don't have the knowledge in-house, go find the knowledge. Yes, AD is complex. Yes, securing it can be complex. But if you can get the visibility out of your existing AD of the areas that you need to prioritize, you can really reduce the attack surface that the attacker has against your environment. And really, this concept of visibility is extremely important because you have to know what your risk is. And I understand that it may be kind of a lengthy list of things that you need to fix. And you may not know if what you fix breaks something, but we have to make progress towards this. There is no other way because AD isn't going anywhere. And I can be completely honest with you, I have never seen a secure AD, so this type of security is paramount. Now, the attackers only need read access to get into your AD environment, which is usually not that documented, but it's true. So the attackers know what to look for, and they can easily get in your environment. But here's the great thing. AD can be secured. It can be. So that's what we need to do. But no matter what you do for AD hygiene, you can still be attacked, which is where we need to focus not only on the hygiene, but also on attack detection. Now you can clearly see that Gartner is talking about tactics, techniques, and procedures and all of these other things. But we can go beyond this. We can go beyond this because we need to go beyond this. We need to go beyond just the basics. So we need to look at basic attacks like password attacks. Plus, we need to get all the way down to the details of credential theft and making sure that we're meeting zero trust by confirming that all credentials are correct every time that they're used. Now, ideally, what you want to have is everything from password detection through to this very complex area of detection. Well, that's exactly where Complex comes in. Complex gives you the ability to not only have detections that are basic, right? So if I come in here, I can see that I have passed the ticket attack detection, and I have encryption detection capabilities. And if I go on, I can see that I can get into Active Directory like admin SD holder and RDP. These are very important to be able to detect these types of things that are going on. But with the ability to maybe go beyond this, we can look at password spray detections. We can look at all different levels of Kerberos detections, like Kerberos manipulations and Kerber roasting, account name enumeration. These are all extremely important areas that you need to be able to detect these attacks. It's at the root of zero trust. So having an entire array of different attack detections kind of has your back if you haven't secured your environment from the preventative side. And all of this is extremely important to consider when you're trying to secure your environment and you're trying to layer your security. Because as I said, layering of the security is extremely important. So breaking down this Gartner representation, we expanded on it. We actually expanded ITDR to not only be detection, but also be the preventative piece. But you got to detect where those issues are up front, if that makes sense. Then you have to go beyond just the detections that Gartner lays out here, which is related to, UBA indicators of compromise. We need to do basic detection. We also need to go into a very detailed level of this Kerberos level detection. So where do you go from here? Well, you need to secure your identities, right? You need to get visibility. That's a very important term. So you have to find and fix existing identity configurations, even those that are 20 years old, because your organization could be exploited with that. And you have to know when a new configuration is an issue for an identity. So you have to keep track of your hygiene. Plus, you need simple attack detection. You need more complex attack detection, such as attribute and properties of identities. And you need to be able to get to this credential level to really secure your infrastructure. Without it, again, as I said at the very beginning, you can't rely on any other of your security infrastructure. So I hope you've had a great couple of sessions already today. Hopefully this one got you thinking beyond just your basic solutions, getting into that level of identity. Here's a way to contact me, and I can put you in contact with any of my other coworkers at Complex to get you the information that you need. But I hope this information has been valuable to you, and I want to thank you for your time, and for all of us here at Complex, thank you for your time, and hope to talk to you very soon.
Oh man, thank you so much, Derek, for that really interesting presentation. Lots of great takeaways. And I saw some awesome questions coming in, so I'm going to keep reminding you. We've got team members here answering some questions on live chat. If they don't get to your question during the live chat time, then we will make sure that all of the questions go to Complex. So all of your questions will get answered. I just saw Nelson saying mind-blowing information. I have to agree with you, Nelson. I think so too. As I've said in the chat before, I keep feeling like I have to write things down to, come back to and think about this later, or come back and look into this later. And yes, I do still write things with pen and paper. I have a notebook next to me at all times during these large events because there's just so much happening. I have a poll up on the screen here, and I just want to point that out if you didn't notice it. I am curious what additional information you would like to get about the complex solution. So again, we were just saying, and as Nelson and now Victor is also saying, really interesting stuff. There's a lot of interesting things coming in. And you're just not going to retain it all. So click on these polls as we go through the day today and let these teams know how they can follow up with you. What information can they send your way to make sure that you are able to recall back to some of the things that you're hearing about, and then ideally take action on them, because of course that is an important part of our day today. While that poll is up, I'm going to go ahead and give away another $300 Amazon gift card. And this one is going to Carlos Rosales of Texas. Carlos Rosales of Texas, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. If you are here with us today at the Mega Summit, you have that stocking stuffer coming your way. All right, well, I hope you've all clicked on the poll. I hope you've got your questions in. I do want to remind you, actually, on that note, if you have questions that are coming in throughout the Mega Summit, let's say you remember something, and actually I just saw one come in from Andrew for some of the earlier panelists that we had out, for Alan and Sheldon. If you have questions that are coming in throughout, even if they're for a previous discussion, a previous presentation or panelist, that's fine. There's no time limit on these questions. Get them in at any time during the Mega Summit today. And again, if the speaker has left the live chat by that point, that's not a problem, because we'll make sure that they do get to the folks who can answer them. So keep those questions coming in whenever they pop into your brain, and we will make sure they get to the right places. Okay, well, let's move it right along, because we have more to get to in this pillar here. So up next, we're going to be chatting with Access Security. So we've got Jay Tilson, Director of Strategy, and John Spiegel, also Director of Strategy, a couple of important strategic thinkers here with us today that are going to chat with us a little bit more about this pillar. So Jay and John, I will hand the mic right on over to you.
On how to find harmony in network insecurity and how to defend yourself against attacks like ransomware. According to a recent study by BitSight, the top attack vectors for ransomware are malware and phishing emails. If successful, the bad cyber actor gains a foothold into your organization. But to exploit it, they must move laterally and recon to get off the beach before they're discovered. This is where platforms like Access's Atmos come into play and help you to defend against ransomware. My name is John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have over 50 years of experience running enterprise infrastructure teams as well as security. So we've sat in your chair. We've experienced the daily challenges that you face. Recently, Jay and I transitioned over to a company called Access Security because we believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. Stitching together solutions that worked in 2010 will not cut the mustard in 2022. They only create more challenges, and when deployed, they look like a game of mousetrap. We believe there's a better way.
In the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than ever before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are now everywhere, yet the legacy security systems that many companies rely on today were not designed for the world we live in. The bad guys know this, and they've used it to their advantage. As a result, ransomware attacks surged by 148% in March of 2020. Ransomware was named the top threat for 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in that year alone. In today's threat landscape, protecting against ransomware attacks is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. In fact, ransomware damages are expected to exceed 30 billion worldwide in the coming year. We really need to look at a way of doing things differently. So with this in mind, let's look at how things have evolved to help us in our quest. So firstly, let's look at hub and spoke. This was the old way of doing things. This was a progression from the old castle and moat design, but it still focused on having on-premise security, even though users and data had started to move to the cloud. There was still a heavy reliance on MPLS connectivity and those are internal data centers. This model was complex to configure and administrate. You needed to feed and water the applications to ensure they remained secure, and you also had to go through those hardware renewal cycles we're also familiar with. Patching all of your systems was extremely critical to protect against ransomware spread. Then along came cloud firewalls. This evolved from the hub and spoke design as we started to move more and more of those legacy-based security systems to the cloud. They used to run on hardware solutions, but the aim was to remove them and remove the burden of keeping those systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this still meant backhauling internet traffic to the corporate network in data centers. The design was supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in a lot of instances, it actually led to further complexity and cost. So SSE, to me, this is the design of the future and what people are starting to move towards now. This stands for Security Service Edge. This is delivering all of your connectivity and security tools from the cloud. Gone are those days of patching your systems, and SSE is going to stand side by side with you in your battle against ransomware.
And the battle is about this: data. I think Clive Humbry, the British mathematician, said it best in 2006. He said data is the new oil. These ones and zeros, which are now stored in just about every corner of the world, hold tremendous value in how companies make decisions. Where do I invest? What does the future hold? And what are my customers doing? Alternatively, this data can also be used against an organization. For instance, what if someone gets their hands on critical financial information before a public company announces their earnings? Or alternatively, what if they gain access to a database or a file share that holds embarrassing secrets about the company? How much would a company pay to keep this information secret? Well, the table stakes for maintaining a good cyber hygiene are well known, which includes cybersecurity awareness, maintaining a solid patching schedule, and keeping your antiviruses up to date. One area which hasn't had a lot of attention is integration between network and security. Why? Because of complexity and lack of integration between solutions. It's as if the network team speaks one language and the security team speaks another. And it's this complexity that led to the foundation of Axis Security. The genesis of the company is our two founders, Dor Konafo and Gil Izarith, went on a listening tour. They interviewed over 50 network and security leaders. The results they found out were that network and security solutions were too complex, too expensive to acquire, and did not provide the value back to the business. As a result, Gil and Dor went to work. They created the Atmos platform. And what Atmos does is it brings harmony to the complexity of network and security. It does this through a cloud-delivered platform with over 350 POPs and riding on the giants of the industry, AWS, Google, Azure, as well as Oracle Cloud. The focus is to bring operational simplicity to the enterprise so you can do what matters most: build great companies and have happy employees. And the industry has rewarded us as well. We recently won the CIO Choice Award for SASE, as well as the CRN's 2022 Most Innovative SSE Solution. The Axis Atmos platform is designed day one to bring networking and security together. It's about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony of individual players and bring them together as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, maybe one for DLP, another one for the WAN, and one for cloud security. As we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high costs, and ultimately poor security designs. Axis, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with a concept called adaptive trust. Instead of placing employees, or maybe it's third parties, or their devices directly on a network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identity of the user, the device, as well as the state of the machine. Access then balances this with the request for the application and the data. If the calculus doesn't add up, the employee is not granted access. Building on this concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach with over 350 edge locations and services like SWIG, CASB, and Zero Trust Network Access. It brings together what previously were individual point solutions into one single integrated platform delivered from the public cloud. This enables secure access for both remote employees, office workers, and those critical third-party resources.
The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functionality of ZTNA, CASB, SWIG, and digital experience monitoring. At its heart is the concept of zero trust. Never trust, always verify. And this is the key in the battle that we have with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or even to applications hosted in your data centers. The platform auto-mediates access at any scale, and there are no pass-through connections. Users are never put on your network. Unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address on your network, and they cannot go wherever they want, whenever they want. This significantly reduces your attack surface. The system automatically verifies against your access policy based on user, device, and application context and prevents any unauthorized access. This is the key to zero trust. Never trust, always verify. We have a single data lake for all of these services, which allows full visibility for all traffic. This all adds up to increased protection against those ransomware threats while significantly reducing your costs and complexity, but most importantly, offering a great user experience. So, you may be asking, how does Atmos help with preventing ransomware? So there are three main areas that we help with this. First, Atmos minimizes your exposure. Atmos is cloud-delivered SSE platform, meaning that there are no physical appliances to target, attack, or exploit. In fact, Atmos works very differently from your traditional network-centric security appliances like VPN. While VPN requires you to punch holes through your firewall and expose inbound ports, Atmos only enables access through outbound connections. The result is that network IPs are never exposed. Outbound-only connections with SSE stop compromised users and devices from ever coming into contact with your network, but also make your networking appliances invisible to all unauthorized users, significantly reducing your attack surface. Additionally, Atmos reduces exposure with inline SSL content inspection for both internal and external traffic. So in the case that an employee receives a phishing email or has malware on their device, or is going through a sketchy web page, admins have visibility control over user activity to prevent these risks from impacting the business. Secondly, Atmos reduces lateral movement. The concept of least privileged access is baked into the core of the Atmos SSE platform. More often than not, users only need access to a select number of applications, but traditional legacy solutions like VPN give access to the entire network. Atmos not only decouples application access from the network access, but it also eliminates any potential for lateral movement on the corporate network. With Atmos, connectivity is granted on a user-to-app basis, meaning that users cannot skip over unauthorized applications by mistake. Admins can establish granular access for all user types with simple scalable access policies. For example, this allows third-party users to only access a subset of authorized applications outlined by your security team. Atmos enables least privileged connectivity between server-to-server communication. Admins can ensure that servers only connect to authorized locations, creating segmentation protection from any ransomware threats. And lastly, Atmos prevents data loss. With Atmos smart DLP capabilities, you can easily control what actions users can and can't do with all types of traffic. Our smart DLP allows admins to restrict or allow download and uploads or access to certain files for all traffic within a single DLP policy, creating a holistic data loss prevention. Atmos also empowers admins with a single data lake across the whole platform. So whether a user is accessing an internal application, a SaaS application, Admins have visibility and activity and can see exactly what was done in that session.
And customers, they're the key. Could be an example like City of San Jose, which needed to keep its hybrid workforce protected and secure. Or it could be like Procter & Gamble, which had a third-party user challenge. We helped them with a BYOD solution and saved them over $10 million a year. Or it could be a company like VisionWorks, which is going through a transition from a legacy point-of-sale system to one that's delivered from the cloud. Access helped all of these customers. Access Security was also featured in the news recently. NASDAQ.com interviewed Frost & Sullivan's cybersecurity analyst, Trof Whitmore, on the topic of how the cloud will change cybersecurity. Trof rightly calls out the challenges of distributed applications and the newly distributed workforce. He then offers his view up for the future, the transition of hardware assets of the past to software and deliver them via the cloud. He then reviews a list of vendors in the space and calls out Access Security as one of the first vendors in the space to poach customers, not only hardware-based, but also in the cloud, zero trust access space. And when you consider your options to defend against the challenge of ransomware, don't leave out network insecurity. There are new solutions available, better solutions which overcome the complexity of the past, solutions which are based on adaptive trust and offer a lower amount of operational complexity, offer greater visibility, and most critically, are provided at a lower price point versus the legacy approaches we saw in the 2000s. So reach out to Access and the team to learn more. The best place is to start by replacing your VPN. Use the QR code or go to our website at accesssecurity.com, and thank you for your time.
Okay, well, a big thank you to both John and Jay for a really interesting presentation. Lots to explore there. And I do want to remind you all that if you haven't visited the handouts tab in a little while, be sure that you are checking the handouts tab after each presentation, or hey, you know, just go in there right now and pre-download everything and make sure you've got it all saved and ready to look at after we wrap. For Access here, you're going to find actually a really interesting, a few of you like to see the slides after we wrap. And I don't know about you, but I really like these types of, if you click on the link for Access, you can see that kind of a slide style review of Atmos from Access. So I really like that. I enjoy those kind of visual images, and seeing things kind of laid out a little bit more is just kind of easy to follow along. So I'm going to highly recommend that you head on over to that handouts tab, click on that link. Be sure that you also do that for all of our sessions today. Lots of great info waiting for you there. I do also have this poll up on the screen for you. And what we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Access Security solution. So this goes right to Access. So if you have any questions, any follow-ups, any additional information that you want to get, this is an easy way to get that in the hands of the Access Security team. So make sure that you take a moment now and click on that so that they can get in touch with you and send you only the information that you want. You know, it's hard to sort through some of the data and information, and there's a lot of resources out there. So make your life easy, simplify, just cut right through it all by clicking right there on the poll and letting Access know, hey, this is what I want you to put in my email inbox. This is what I want you to put in my hands, and I will take a look at that. Okay, so take some time, click on the poll, click on the handout. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize. So we have another $300 Amazon gift card here for some lucky winner who is present and live with us at the Mega Summit. So this is going to go to Rajvi Shah of California. Rajvi Shah of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Okay, well, with that, we've done a poll, we've done some handouts, we've done our prize giveaway. So for those of you counting along at home, that means it is time to move into our next presentation. So I'm going to bring out our next presenter here. And this is going to be a really fun one. I think you folks are going to get a lot out of this this conversation with Palo Alto Networks. Always a pleasure to chat with their team. And today we're going to be hearing from Leanne Palzer. She's the consulting director at Palo Alto. So Leanne, without any further ado, I'll hand the mic right on over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jess. Hi, everyone, and thank you for taking some time out of your day to join us for the Mapping Your Ransomware Preparedness Strategy Detect segment. So, as Jess mentioned, my name is Leanne Pelzer. I am a consulting director here at Palo Alto Networks. I've been with the firm for about 3 years, and I head up as the global service lead of our cybersecurity risk assessment and cybersecurity program development service offerings at Palo Alto Networks. Prior to joining Palo, I was with Deloitte Consulting for a number of years, really serving every 2- and 3-letter federal client you could think of, as well as a sprinkling of the Fortune 500. I spend most of my time at Palo Alto working with very, very large clients, either serving as a vCISO, building out security programs, or even doing expert testimony work. I'm really looking forward to the conversation today, and we've prepared some great content about detecting ransomware. So, as we know, ransomware detection can be a little bit nebulous, and it could be a lot to take in if you don't have a systemic methodology to follow. The primary objective when you're looking to detect either an incident or ransomware, doesn't really matter, is you have 3 primary things. You want to detect the incident, you want to determine its scope, and you want to involve the appropriate parties. So first thing we're going to discuss today is actually detecting the ransomware. Potentially the hardest part and the most important part is to evaluate the occurrence of an incident or the presence of ransomware before it has the chance to propagate throughout your entire network. Now, this could be challenging because some of the hints of ransomware presence really don't become obvious until it is too late. And you all see that I have a bolded sentence there that says unavailable or corrupted files with unusual extensions. And then I have a few examples. That obviously, along with a ransom note written in WordPad on your desktop, are the 2 most obvious signs that you have been hit with ransomware, right? You go to open up a file, it is corrupted, or it is encrypted with an unknown file extension that you've never seen or that looks a little sketchy. It isn't a .docx or anything like that. It is a .xyz or a .abc or a .123. There are really a never-ending combination of file extensions that you could see. But that isn't very helpful when you're looking to proactively identify ransomware. So if we hop up to the top of the list here, we'll see the first thing we have is EDR alerts of suspicious activities. You always want to monitor your endpoint detection and response, your EDR, XDR tools for any sort of suspicious activity. And you want to use behavioral analytics in order to kind of tune your security tooling and make sure that you're not being overrun by noise or things that are going to take your resources, your folks who are monitoring that tooling away from what actually matters. Second thing, you want to make sure that you are tuning in on specific IOCs, indicators of compromise of ransomware. Where do you find these? You may be wondering. So there's a lot of them. Palo Alto Networks has a lot of IOCs for ransomware. CrowdStrike has a lot of them. My favorite personally, along with Palo, of course, is US CERT. The FBI will coordinate with US CERT in order to put out indicators. You want to make sure that you're staying up to date on those IOCs and that you have either a outsourced SOC or an in-house SOC that is leveraging those IOCs to make sure that they are focusing on what matters most. Other things, unusual network or web browsing activity. This can be kind of rough because how do you have a baseline of what typical network activity is or typical web browsing activity? This is where that user entity behavior and analytics comes into play. You want to make sure that you are establishing a baseline of what your network looks like on a typical day. That way, if something malicious is occurring, it fires the appropriate alerts so that folks can take a look at them and kind of triage as appropriate. And it may be something that is non-malicious. It may just be someone was downloading a file at night because they had to get something over to a client, right? But in the interest of always staying proactive, you want to make sure that you do have a baseline that you can judge your network activity off of. And then my example kind of goes right into the next bullet point, which is that abnormal user activity. So let's say I typically work out of Washington, D.C., right? I'm located in Washington, D.C. between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Like, it's not unusual for me to be downloading files, emailing clients, slacking people, bopping around in our share drive. Palo Alto should have a baseline of what Leanne Pelzer's typical user activity looks like. That way, if I am doing things like downloading 17 terabytes of data at 3:30 in the morning on a Wednesday, it's going to alert our SOC that I am doing something that I do not typically do. This is your best way to proactively get in front of ransomware, really just having a baseline. And then finally, the last one here, ransomware does have a tendency to propagate via phishing emails. And that's why phishing campaigns are so important. Odd professional emails that may appear real on first glance, such as fake invoice attachments, are a good indication that someone may be targeting your network or your organization to get someone to fall victim to those phishing emails. So if you are frequently receiving fake invoice attachments, or someone buying something very similar to your website domain and then reaching out to third-party vendors, that's one thing. I'm going to add this. This isn't ransomware specific, but I always recommend that clients go do some open source research about how much it costs to buy a website domain that is very, very similar to your website domain. For example, if I am, I don't know, theshop.com, right? Just the shop. I would investigate and see how much it costs to buy the shops, or the shop with 2 O's, or the shop with a plus sign instead of a T, right? Like, I would see, I don't even know if that's possible, but I would see if I could buy those website domains, because a lot of times I will do that open source research for clients and I will find out that it's only a couple bucks, and I could easily buy a very similar website domain with 2 duplicate letters, let's say, or my favorite, if they have a lowercase L, right? I could buy a website domain with an I instead. No one would ever know. I could send a phishing email and people would look at it and think it was legitimate. So you want to do your due diligence and make sure that you are making it as difficult as possible for a threat actor to come along and phish your users. Now, when we think about ransomware incident response playbooks, there are a couple key steps that I think are integral for success, right? And I would recommend everyone's ransomware specific playbook at a minimum has these components. These can also be applied to non-ransomware scenarios, but for the most part, since ransomware is the #1 attack vector that we are seeing these days, at a minimum, you should have a ransomware specific playbook. So when it comes to detection, first thing you should do is evaluate the occurrence of the incident. And you would go ahead and use those hints about the presence of ransomware, right? Your EDR, your XDR tooling, your SOC picking up on things to figure out if an incident occurred. And then you should have an organizational threshold of an event versus an incident. And you should understand at what point does a security event become an incident. This is something that needs to be defined right up front, because if you don't have it defined, it leads to confusion down the line. And you want to make sure that you are setting a realistic threshold, because if it is too low, then all of a sudden you have so much noise and everything's an incident. You don't know when to actually focus on what matters most. But if the threshold's too high, then nothing is an incident and you aren't taking the proper actions to respond, because nothing is being approached as super severe, super critical. Second thing you want to do is you want to identify the systems that were impacted while calling special attention to any critical or high value assets. Now, this is a pain point for a lot of decentralized organizations. Why, you may ask? Because it's really, really hard to get a handle on your attack surface these days, especially with virtualization and cloud environments spinning up and spinning down. And, you have 80,000 employees and they're all BOD, they bring their own devices. It's hard. It is really hard. And it's also really hard for those cloud-driven environments to figure out the data flows. But you cannot protect the assets that you do not know exist. So I always tell clients, take time to understand your critical and high value assets. And I know we are very tempted to call everything a high value asset, right? But you gotta pick and choose, and you gotta pick what matters the most. What are your crown jewels? And those could be things that contain intellectual property, PII, PHI, really whatever is critical for your organization. Of course, you want to perform the initial review of those IOCs I mentioned on the other page. You also want to look for any ransom notes, encrypted files. At this point, I would not recommend engaging with the threat actor. If you have cyber insurance, you should make sure that you are following the protocols and getting your breach coach or getting your ransomware negotiator to go ahead and sort of help you through that process. You also want to determine if the severity of the incident warrants standing up the incident response team as defined by the organization. In the case of ransomware, it certainly would, which feeds us right into 1.2, which what is the assessed severity level of the incident? Some folks call it a tier 3, some folks call it a critical. There's a lot of different words that you can use for it, but essentially you want to make sure that you are following the necessary communication and escalation processes that correspond back to the severity level of the particular incident. You also want to make sure that it is crystal clear. The severity levels should be defined in your incident response plan, and they should tie right back to indicators or specific actions that could be occurring within the ransomware attack, right? So maybe you say that a tier 3 is if critical assets are attacked by ransomware, but a tier 2 is if non-critical assets that you have backups for and could easily restore are attacked by ransomware. You also want to make sure that you are reporting the incident in accordance with organizational requirements for initial detection and intakes. This also includes compliance. You want to make sure you understand what you need from a compliance standpoint and an insurance standpoint. You want to make sure you're retaining all artifacts, keeping folks updated, and really leaving a paper trail of your investigation. Finally, the last 2 points, you want to pick the technical team that is best to help in this particular instance. So what does that mean? That means you should sit down and understand your team's special skill set and who has experience eradicating ransomware, if you're not going to outsource to a negotiator, who knows how to negotiate, who knows how to get Bitcoin. And my other point, my favorite thing when it comes to ransomware is you should define who has payment authority, because sometimes it's not who you thought it was. You thought it was the CFO, and then it ends up being the president of the board. So those are things that you should figure out ahead of time before you are under the pressure of actually suffering a ransomware attack. Finally, you want to validate the protection and isolation of relevant backups. As soon as you detect that your network has been hit with ransomware, you got to make sure those backups are okay. And hopefully you're using the 3-2-1 rule. Hopefully you have backups that are stored offline, but you want to make sure that those backups stay safe. in the event that you need to leverage them due to the ransomware attack. I know this was a very fast session. I thank you so much for joining us. If you have any questions, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. You could find me. My name is Leanne Pelzer, and I hope you have a great day.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Leanne. That was a great chat. Love the energy. I love that last point about finding out who has payment authority. It's crazy. You know, there's so many details. There's so many small pieces to this puzzle, right? And it's really, really easy to forget about a puzzle piece that just kind of seems obvious or ubiquitous or of course. And then all of a sudden you realize that in the moment, maybe it wasn't the right piece, or you made the wrong assumption, or the team made the wrong assumption, or half the team thought that the other team was on the same page. So all of these things, and we're going to get into this a little bit later in some of our conversations, I think, around the importance of those tabletop exercises. So hopefully we'll kind of be able to explore that a little bit more together. But just such a great opportunity today, and I hope you're all feeling the same way. Harmesh, I see your point saying that you thought Leanne's presentation was very informative. I agree. I hope that you're taking note mentally, physically, however you do today, of the things that maybe you need to go back to in your organization and make sure that your team is on that same page. Now, I know that it's about time for another prize giveaway, but before we jump into that, while this information is still really fresh in our minds, I'm going to bring us back to our expert panel, and we'll do a quick check-in with Alan and Sheldon. It's actually our last chat with them today, so it'll be a good one, I promise you. And before we dive into that, I do also want to remind you to, again, check out those handouts tab. Now, the handout today from Palo Alto is actually a really cool one. It's outlining some key takeaways from the 2022 Unit 42 Incident Response Report. So obviously a big report, lots of information there, but this is kind of the headlines and highlights. So it's 7 common security gaps that you can address to be more secure. So that's a great way to kind of distill some of that information. Obviously, you know, the entire report is certainly worth a read as well, but make sure that you at least take a look through those highlights. All right, well, let's get our speakers out here. I'm looking forward to chatting with Alan and Sheldon again. I'm giving you all one last chance to click on that Palo Alto poll before I move the screen away. So again, that's a great way to let Palo Alto know how they can follow up with you. Obviously, Leanne covered quite a bit, and there's so much more to get into. So make sure you are clicking on those polls as we go through these sessions here today and letting the teams know how they can follow up, how they can reach out. Keep those questions coming in. We do have, again, we've got live chat rolling in the background here, but we also do have all of these teams on standby, and we will make sure that we send all of the questions over to them. So even if you're not getting an answer back on live chat today, you will hear back from them in follow-up. Shelby, I'm glad you're getting great information from the presentations today. I see that. I am as well. As I keep saying, I'm busily scribbling notes here. So click on those polls. Keep those questions coming, and let's go ahead and get into our panel discussion. All right, well, here we are at our third pillar, the detect pillar, and we get to have another exciting conversation with our incredible experts here. So Alan, Sheldon, thank you again for coming back. Sheldon, we got to hear from you at the start of this pillar. Thank you for an awesome keynote, some really interesting takeaways. And I'm curious now, I'm going to kick it over to Alan. So Alan, listening to these sessions and kind of digging into this pillar, what is really jumping out for you? What's standing out?
Well, first, I agree. I love Sheldon's keynote. I thought it was great, and I'm very jealous that mine wasn't nearly as good as his was. But there were kind of 3 points that I really liked from the 3 presentations that followed Sheldon's keynote. First, Derek from Complex made a really good point that a lot of Active Directory installations are 20 plus years old. And when's the last time an organization has done a health check or a security check on those? I mean, Sheldon, you do pen tests all the time. You know how critical Active Directory is to every ransomware attack and most nation state attacks and so on. And so, what are you doing to protect your Active Directory, and are you updating your security policies and procedures there, as the threats change over time? And then one of the phrases that stuck out at me with Leanne's presentation was hints of ransomware. Or I would raise a glass of wine, but Jess wouldn't let me have wine this time of day. So I guess I could have grabbed a mimosa, but uh, but I think that really gets to one of the things that when we're talking about threat hunting, that we really talk about with ransomware is signs of ransomware that's left behind, or not left behind, but are indicators that you have a ransomware attack coming. There are so many things that the ransomware actors do over and over again, from disabling your security endpoint protection, to leaving behind PowerShell scripts, to creating new admin accounts. All these little hints that if you don't have a baseline understanding of your network, so Sheldon, going back to what we were talking about, understanding your assets and your vulnerabilities, you also need a baseline of what traffic and activity on your network looks like, which I know is a lot harder to get, but still important. And that's how you can find ransomware before it does bad things to your network. And then John and Jay from Axis talking about the integration between network and security. That seems to be a running theme for through today, because James from Cohesity made that same point earlier today, that you need to have that integration between your network and security teams to make sure that you understand the full picture of what's going on and have a better chance of being able to detect a ransomware attack before bad things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree, Alan. I think those are three great points. And something I would echo and add on to that is, there's a consistent theme with this pillar, and that is having people or tools and constantly in the environment looking for whether that is a hint of ransomware, if that's an Active Directory flaw, if it's a network misconfiguration. It's that constant feed of somebody or something looking for those anomalies in the network, in the application, whatever that is, and understanding that security doesn't sleep. We are in an industry that 24/7, 365, there's always somebody trying to get into your network. And whether that's true or not, you have to act like it is, or else you are a step behind. And so you have to make sure 24/7, 365, you are constantly keeping up to date and looking for those anomalies, looking for those vulnerabilities, staying up to date on what's being released in the wild, on the dark web. Get on those forums and understand that this isn't a 9 to 5 job. It's a 24/7, 365 scenario that we all live in. And it's probably why I'm going to lose my hair by the time I'm 30.
Yeah, it's not exactly low stress in our field.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, and I think a big reason why we're all here today is to try to mitigate some of those stressors. So as we look back on the first three pillars that we've talked about, and we had a chance to kind of dig into, with you guys today, what's a key takeaway from the first three NIST pillars that we've talked about that you would want everyone in the audience to be thinking about or potentially asking themselves as they walk away? And maybe Alan, let's start with you, and then Sheldon.
Well, I think it's the point that Sheldon's made repeatedly. You have to know what you have, right? That identify is not just knowing what your assets are, what your vulnerabilities are, but knowing who your people are, who you're going to, when you're building your ransomware incident response plan, who all are you going to reach out to, who are you going to involve, and so knowing the personnel, knowing the assets, knowing the vulnerabilities, knowing the sort of the basics of the network helps you better protect and helps you better detect what's happening in the network. And I'll throw one more out there. Because we always say, because we're pessimists in this industry, we always say it's not if, but when. So when you're planning your ransomware incident response, know where you're going to get your food from, because you're going to have an army of people that you need to feed, and they don't want pizza 30 days in a row. Sheldon, you've been on some of these where it's like, oh, we're having pizza again. Know where you're going to get the food for the people, because you're going to have an army of people. They're going to be hungry. They're not going home. They're often sleeping in the office for at least for the first week during a response. So knowing how you're going to feed them is really important.
Yeah, that's good. I completely agree. And some takeaways from the first three. I hate to keep repeating it, but it's just staying with the basics. Making sure you're patching those systems, those old systems. Making sure that every single one of your employees knows about cybersecurity, is signing off on that information security policy every 12 months. Staying compliant in whatever realm you are compliant in. But really just keeping those systems up to date, and then continuously monitoring and detecting vulnerabilities, or at least having some sort of process in place to where that's what you are achieving, right? Because it's not easy to snap your fingers and have a 24/7, 365 monitoring, this and that, XDR, MDR, all the other acronyms, right? But just start that plan to where you hopefully one day can achieve that type of information security program.
I love that. Okay, I think those are some great takeaways as we look back at what we've talked about. Now I want to switch gears and talk about what's coming. So we've done, identify and detect and protect and some really great conversations there. Now we're switching into respond and recover. So as folks out there are heading into these pillars, and switching into those maybe action phases of the conversation, what is something that you think they should be thinking about as they head into? What should they be taking note of or looking for? And again, I'll kick that to Alan and then Sheldon.
So I've already punched my nerd card twice by referencing Jackie Chan and Star Wars. I'm going to go Avengers now and quote Iron Man here, where you can bet if we can't defend the organization, we'll damn sure avenge it. I think that's what you need to think about is if you know where your weaknesses are, if you've done your incident response plan, done the basics, know where your weaknesses are, and you know that you don't have everything you need to defend your organization, then how are you going to recover? You've really got to focus on how are you going to be able to recover. Make sure that you've got your retainer down with an incident response organization. Make sure that you've tested your backups and make sure that you're communicating with your leadership and your public relations team, because when the ransomware actors are emailing your customers saying, hey, we have your sensitive data we're going to publish, you need to know how you're going to respond. Sadly, drone strikes against ransomware actors aren't legal yet. I'm hoping to get that changed. So you can't full on avenge them, but you can at least avenge them by not giving them any money and recovering your network.
Yeah, completely agree. We're talking about respond and recover, but even before that, just over prepare, prepare as much as you possibly can. Those tabletop exercises that Alan mentioned earlier, those are vital. They're crucial. Knowing where your retainers are, having a good relationship with that incident response team, having that insurance policy in place, and understanding that insurance policy when it comes, the proper steps you have to take when those incidents occur with that policy to make sure you are getting that money when it's due. And so, really just over preparing is the biggest thing that I can say leading up to responding and recovering.
I love that. And Alan, I don't know why I weirdly got goosebumps when you were talking about avenging. It got me very pumped up. I could hear the swelling hero music behind me. So I hope all of you out there are feeling pumped up and ready to get into the Avenger phase of, I should probably stop saying that. I don't know if I'm allowed to reference the Avenger. The hero phase of the next steps here. Alan, Sheldon, thank you so much for being here with us for these first three pillars, these first three panel discussions, some incredible keynotes. I know you've really gotten us started strong here, and we've got more pillars, more keynotes, more panels coming up in just a moment here. But since we're wrapping our conversation with you two, Alan, Sheldon, if somebody out there in the audience is very excited about what you've said today, wants to reach out, wants to nerd out about Star Wars and Avengers and ransomware sommelier work, what do they do to get in touch with you? Alan, if you want to kick us off, and then Sheldon, bring us home.
Unfortunately, I live on Twitter. I wish I could break the addiction, but I can't. You can follow me there at UUAllen.
Yeah, you can reach out to us via our website, 10xsolutionsllc.com or 10xsolutions.com. That's TENAX solutions.
Awesome. Well, guys, as always, it has been an absolute pleasure chatting with you both. And I think with that, we'll get rolling into our avenging pillars. Let's do this. All right. Well, okay. Quick stopover before we start avenging. We're going to do a prize giveaway because I promised we'd come back to that. But I hope you all enjoyed that panel discussion with Alan and Sheldon as much as I enjoyed being a part of it. I saw some great comments coming in. I noticed that a few of you out there were all on board for drone strikes and violent offenses or non-violent offenses, but really mounting the offensive against these ransomware actors. And I'm going to choose to take that as you guys are all really feeling pumped up and ready to rock. So hopefully we can channel some of that into our next two pillars, which is our respond and our recover pillar. So that's going to be really fun to get into with all of you. Now, okay, the prize thing is up on there, so I'm going to stop talking and give away a prize. A reminder again that you do need to be here live with us at the Mega Summit in order to qualify to win. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Edward Nimshura of Massachusetts. Edward Nimshura of Massachusetts, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. So that we will follow up with you after we wrap today and make sure we can get that to you. All right, well, okay, now I know you're kind of counting along pillars with me at home. So here we are in our fourth pillar, the respond pillar. And this is a really exciting one. You know, as we just talked about, this is where we're going to start to switch into some of that action taking phase. And so we wanted to start out with a really interesting keynote discussion. And I know that we will not disappoint because with us today we have Lindsay Kay. She's the Senior Director, Armor Recorded Future. So Lindsay has an incredible presentation lined up for us, lots of really exciting information, and an absolutely great way to kind of kick off this section of our five pillars and really dig into this pillar here as well. So I'm going to hand the mic on over to Lindsay. We'll bring her out with me here. Just give me one moment. All right, Lindsay, thank you so much for being here with us today on the Mega Summit.
Thank you so much for having me, Jess. I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah, and this is a really cool pillar because now we're starting to jump into like the action phase. We're gonna chat about respond, and I know that you have a lot to cover with this. So, Lindsay, I'm gonna hand the mic right on over to you.
Awesome, thank you so much. So hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Kay, Senior Director of the Advanced Reversing Malware Operations and Reconnaissance Team at Recorded Future. Today I'll be talking a bit about the fourth NIST pillar, Respond, which encompasses what we do after a cyber attack, and I'll focus on what this entails regarding ransomware. At this point, we all know the importance of preparing for a ransomware attack, so things like developing a disaster recovery plan, an incident response plan, executing tabletop exercises, and performing threat hunting are all critical pieces of the puzzle here. But after a ransomware attack happens is when we truly start to test how well prepared we were for this ransomware attack. What no organization wants to discover is that the plans did not account for changes that have occurred since they were written and that they have become outdated. So for example, a new system the company bought that is not reflected in them, a new TTP ransomware threat actors have been exercising, or that team members defined as playing a key role in the response effort have left the organization, possibly even a long time ago. So what I would like to underscore today is that preparing for a ransomware attack response plan is not a one and done activity to be put on a shelf until it's needed, but one that needs to be iterated on to account for the changing threat landscape. One example I'd like to highlight is the almost symbiotic relationship between organizations moving towards virtualizing a fair amount of their infrastructure using tools like ESXi and the advent of ransomware targeting these tools. Several years ago, ransomware targeting Linux or Windows was the norm, and we never really heard about lockers that targeted Linux or ESXi systems. However, that's changed, and today there are several large ransomware as a service groups advertising Linux and ESXi lockers, so including Alpha, Lockbit, and Black Basta, to name a few. It doesn't take much to imagination to conceive of a situation in which a DR/IR plan did not account for concrete, specific ransomware threats to a company's ESXi infrastructure simply because at the time they were constructed, the threat landscape was significantly different or the company had not yet moved their important infrastructure to ESXi. While this example is certainly more extreme, smaller changes within the organization and threat actor TTPs can certainly impact how the response effort goes, especially normal elements of conducting business, such as staff turnover, changes in organizational structure and staff responsibilities, adding or changing software or hardware vendors, or the addition or closure of existing office locations. So, how often should we be updating our plans in order to make sure our response goes smoothly? A specific timeline that will be appropriate for every organization is really hard to give, but I will highlight a few specific events that would be good points to retest. So changes in staff roles or responsibilities, especially those involved in any aspect of the response plans or who played key roles in the preparation activities. If these individuals leave the company or change roles, make sure there's knowledge transfer and response plans are updated to reflect the change. Acquisition of new software or hardware or changes in these vendors. In the case that new infrastructure or tools are added, the organization's security footprint changes, and we need to ensure that these are accounted for and considered in the response plan. The addition of new office locations or infrastructure can also mean an expanded footprint, as well as additional software and hardware or new staff members who become critical in a response situation. Here, making sure network diagrams and resource lists are up to date is certainly a good idea. In addition to these organizational changes, it's important to stay on top of the threat landscape. Incorporating threat intelligence into your strategy can definitely help here. Getting an understanding of what threat actors are targeting, what vulnerabilities are out there affecting products and services you use, or identifying new hunting strategies for malicious tools you care about are all important pieces of the strategy. An example here is the advent of new extortion techniques used by threat actors that can further complicate the response to a ransomware attack. Over the past few years, we've seen threat actors evolve their extortion techniques from just encrypting a victim's files, to using extortion sites and threatening to leak data, to using DDoS attacks, notifying the media and clients of victim organizations if the ransom is not paid. More recently, we've seen some threat actors such as Lapsus move to extortion-only attacks, which is a different threat than the ransomware attacks we've prepared for. Extortion-only techniques rely more on credential theft and social engineering, then using powerful service in a malicious way to steal data. Given the need for attacks to remain profitable for threat actors conducting them, we can certainly expect to see new, more extortion techniques emerge. However, after successfully executing the response phase of a ransomware attack, we may not be totally done. Today, recovering your data and dealing with any extortion attempts after the initial ransomware attack is not always the end of the story. Sometimes companies are later re-victimized by the same or different threat actors who gain access to the target network. How this happens can materialize in a variety of different ways. One example is a situation in which credentials for the victim company were sold to multiple ransomware affiliates who all chose to use them to execute a ransomware attack. Or, after an affiliate was successful once, maybe he comes back a few weeks or months later, discovers that the passwords have not been changed, and is able to regain access easily, possibly to conduct another attack. Or, in cleaning up after the ransomware attack, the incident response team missed a web shell or a Cobalt Strike beacon on a print server somewhere in the organization. Again, the threat actor could later come back and use either of these to regain access. Finally, it's entirely possible that a vulnerability that a threat actor used to gain access to an externally facing system was not patched, and another threat actor, seeing an opportunity, was able to re-victimize the organization. So, from these examples, we can see that while the response phase was technically successful at getting the organization back up and running, it ultimately left opportunities for threat actors to regain access. What does this mean for us as defenders, especially during the response phase? In addition to ensuring that cleanup is thoroughly conducted, this also means that after the response phase, iteration and revisiting the previous pillars is still critical. This includes using threat intelligence to keep abreast of threat actor TTPs, relevant vulnerabilities or other initial access methods, monitoring for malicious behavior in logs and on endpoints, and more. So, to wrap up, the success of the response phase of a ransomware attack is heavily impacted by the preparations we take in the previous phases, and I hope this has given you some ideas for consideration on steps you can take to make it go more smoothly. So thank you, everybody, and I'm going to pass it back to Jess.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. What a fascinating conversation. I love that reminder to constantly be reiterating and evolving. And I think that is a great way to jump into our next pillar. So let's get to it. All right. Well, Lindsay, thank you so much for that incredible keynote and for kicking off our pillar 4, the respond pillar. I know that this is a really exciting sort of transition moment as we're going through our pillars today, because our first 3, we were really chatting about that, looking, finding, detecting, and sort of the early planning phases. And now with respond and recover, we're getting into that action phase where we get to or have to respond and do something, depending on how you look at it. And I've got 2 awesome humans here with me who most of you will recognize, Scott Becker, David Davis, my fellow moderators here at Actual Tech Media. And we wanted to chat with you guys a little bit about this respond pillar, because it is so important. It really is, where all the planning is great, but if you can't actually take action when you need to, then what was the purpose of that? So here we are ready to take action. Scott Becker, I want to start with you. What was kind of your key takeaway listening to Lindsay, and as we think about this 4th NIST pillar here?
Yeah, so I loved Lindsay's keynote, and what I really liked about it was she was talking about the expanding footprint of ransomware attacks. So she talked a little bit about how they used to be mostly Windows, and then it's expanded to Linux and to ESXi. And that's really important points. And she mentioned some research about how much attacking is going on those platforms, and and she also talked about updating plans and how important it is to update plans. And I just wanted to add something as well, which is SaaS applications. When you're talking about that expanding footprint, so much of what we do now is on SaaS applications, and we're working on those in the browser. And those are starting to become more and more of an attack target for ransomware, because they know that you've got all this critical data, like in Salesforce or in Office 365, and they want to encrypt that because they want to lock you down, so you have to pay. And the tricky thing about SaaS applications is it's like shadow IT personified. There are so many applications that the marketing department will just spin up as they need, out of their operational monthly budget. Or sales might spin up. The IT department often has no idea these applications are even in use, or that they're important, that they're being used for something that's critical to the company. So it's really important to update those plans, and do sort of tabletop exercises as well, where you're bringing in department heads from all across the company to make sure that the salesperson has that opportunity to say, oh, by the way, if stuff is getting encrypted, we've got a lot of stuff in Salesforce that doesn't seem to be in this plan. And so it's a critical element, of that response part, that you've got all the SaaS applications included in your plan.
Yeah, that's a great point, Scott. Make sure you're protecting SaaS applications, and many of those SaaS applications are even connected to business partners of some kind. Companies that you integrate with, companies that you rely on, distributors. So we have to keep in mind just how interconnected businesses are today. It's not just the pillar of data and applications in the data center. You can look over and see it right there. That's it. We're completely integrated with all sorts of different companies, via APIs and everything. So if those companies are down due to a ransomware incident, even though we don't have some sort of malicious attack going on, we need to have that into our plan as to what's our plan when they're down, kind of thing. And of course, you want to make sure you have a hard copy of your plan, so that if your data is encrypted, your plan isn't also encrypted. You need to start executing your plan here in the response phase, and you should have trusted partners to call. For example, your cyber insurance company. Hopefully you have cyber insurance, your disaster recovery as a service provider, to help you get started on the next phase, which is coming up here, when it comes to recovery. And perhaps a manage and detect response company to help you to identify where this threat has come in and when it came in, so that you know what exactly to restore. And by the way, NIST, we're talking about the different pillars of NIST. NIST has out on their website a lot of resources in their resource library, and one is specifically titled Detecting and Responding to Ransomware and Other Destructive Events. a very well done resource publication, SP 1800-27, if you want to go check that out in their library for tons of additional information on this topic.
I love that. That's a great resource and takeaway. And I'm loving the point that, both of you, I think, made some great points here, and referencing back to Lindsay's initial point of just needing to make that plan and then to be constantly updating that plan. If you're bringing in new third-party vendors, if you're bringing in new applications, new connections, to really, really see this as an iterative and almost living entity within your organization, that plan, and that hard copy gets updated. If you're making changes, that you're updating all the way through, and then also including the team on that, if you kind of went around and asked the team, like, what's our ransomware plan? Would everyone be able to respond and walk through that with you? I think is a really important thing. I also, I think we often forget, David, and that's an excellent point, that it's not just your own response. It's the sphere around you and the interconnected web that we all have. So if someone's having trouble over here, what are the spider web tingles that are going out in every direction? So some really great reminders there. I think, we're all probably pretty ready to get into this recover phase, because I know that's where we all want to be, right? We all, it's uncomfortable being in every phase prior to that. We want to get back to recovery. We want to move forward. So that is an exciting next pillar. Before we move on, Scott, David, is there any last thoughts that you'd want to leave people with as they're considering this respond pillar here?
Yeah, probably a couple of things. One is, you mentioned that hard copy. That's so important, not to have your ransomware plan, with the rest of your data encrypted where you can't get to it. It's an obvious point, but it's one that's easy to forget. And have you printed out that latest copy? Do you have a process for that? Because so much of the response, even though it's after the attack, your response is really dictated by the planning that you did beforehand. And so you've got to have that response plan ready to go, and it's really just a function of what you've done before. I guess the last thing I would say is just, one other interesting thing that Lindsay was talking about was, just all the post-attack things that happen to people who get hit by ransomware. You just sort of have to assume extortion is coming, so like as you're recovering your systems, assume that your credentials have been sold to other actors. Assume that this person is going to come back at you again in a couple of months or weeks and try again and see if they can get some more out of you. And then I guess the last thing I would say is, for a while people were stockpiling Bitcoin. That hasn't been a great financial strategy recently. But I guess make sure that you've still got some accounts open if you absolutely need to be able to access some. Not a good idea anymore to have like some money in there, but it's important to have that option if you really have to go to it.
Yeah, great advice, Scott. And I guess I'll just end with, make sure you've tested your plan, like really tested it, because you may have tested recovery of your backups and it's like, oh yeah, we can get our data back. But, this is kind of going back to the old disaster recovery plan test where, everyone comes in the morning and the CIO pulls the plug of, the power plug in the data center and everything's down. Okay, what do you do now? So make sure you've really tested it with all the parties involved.
Yeah, that's such great advice. I'm picturing if anyone watches Parks and Rec, that scene when the city runs like emergency drills and everyone, gets the avian flu, and then like a flood hits and there's a fire, and like you have to run through the plan as if it's going to work perfectly, and then you have to run through the plan as if you've lit a fire and a tornado and all the things, and really making sure that becomes muscle memory, so that when you're in the thick of it, you're not having to think, you're able to react and go back to something that is going to work. And I think there's comfort in that. And ideally, you never have to put that into use, but hey, you'll at least sleep better knowing that you've kind of gone through all of that. And I think that's a big part of what we are talking about today. you know, a lot of you out there have some plans in place, and maybe you're thinking more on the enhancement side or the tweaking side. But for some of you, this may be the first time that your organization has really sat down and made this ransomware preparedness strategy. So, you know, looking into 2023, starting fresh with that. And don't worry, you haven't missed the boat. It's a great time to be working on that. And with that, I think we'll kind of bring it into our final pillar here. Scott, David, thank you so much for being with us throughout the day and for coming to chat with us about Pillar 4. Let's move it along to Pillar 5. Let's get into recovery. Okay, and quick road stop on our way to Pillar 5. We're going to give away a few more prizes here. And as you can see, this is another grand prize giveaway, so this is a very exciting one. If anyone out there was hoping for a new, you know, Microsoft Surface Pro 9, hey, we got you covered. So we're going to give away 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s. I will remind you one more time that you do need to be here live, present with us at the Mega Summit in order to qualify to win. And I did have a question earlier about the T's and C's. I'll just remind you, we talked about this at the top, but I know it's been a lot of information today. So if you're wondering what the T's and C's are for the prizes, head on over to that handouts tab. You can click in there and find the full terms and conditions for our prizes listed for you there. Okay, so boring stuff out of the way. Let's get back to the fun stuff. Okay. We have 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s, one of them going to Eric Gadley of Pennsylvania, one going to Brian Bethelme of Virginia, and one going to Alan Bench of California. I'm going to read that list again. Eric Gadley of Pennsylvania, Brian Bethelme of Virginia, and Alan Bench of California. You have each won a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. That's a pretty nice little gift from Santa Claus today. Your friendly ATM Santa Claus over here. I'll even put on my hat for you later. All right, well, let's keep moving things along because we still have another pillar to get to. And this is obviously, you know, as I was just saying a little bit earlier, this, I think, is the phase that people maybe want to rush to, we want to jump into, we want to spend a lot of time in here because it makes us feel comfortable. We want to get back to that safety and comfort. And I think one of the things that we're going to hear about as we go through today is the importance of really spending time with each of these pillars. But then, of course, really being strategic about this recovery phase, because what could happen is that you get so excited to get into the we're all done with this phase that you just sort of sweep everything under the rug or jump ahead in that phase. And that's human nature, right? We don't like to be uncomfortable. We don't like to live in uncertainty. We want to jump into those comfortable phases in those certain times. You know, it's important to take a deep breath. If you are in this recovery phase, you find yourself here, and really spend some time making sure that you recover effectively and in a way that sets you up for success moving forward. So on that note, we're going to move ahead and jump into, so we've got another expert speaker joining us now. We're going to hear from Melissa Palmer, technology analyst, VMware certified design expert. So we'll chat with Melissa. Then we've got a bunch of really cool solutions and strategies lined up. And then we are going to have a panel discussion. We're going to bring Lindsay back and Melissa back, and we'll chat a little bit more with them. So lots of great stuff coming in this pillar. Let's jump right into it. Melissa, I'm going to hand things on over to you.
Thanks, Actual Tech Media team. And now let's bring it home and talk about recovery. Let's focus on what we need to do now to recover from ransomware later. Let's face it, it's not a matter of if a ransomware attack happens, but when. And we need to plan now. Now, when I say plan, there's one thing I have in mind. Something I like to say is that ransomware is a disaster. And the best thing you could have in place to start preparing for ransomware recovery is a disaster recovery plan with a couple of caveats. It needs to be up to date and thoroughly tested. Now here's the problem. According to Actual Tech Media's Impact of Ransomware 2022 report, 40% of respondents didn't even have up-to-date or documented DR plans. This is for a couple of reasons, but really it comes back to risk. In many cases, It's been less expensive for organizations to accept the risk of an outage and just pay whatever the price is because the chances of it happening were so low. Now with ransomware, the paradigm has completely shifted. Now we really need to put some emphasis into recovery planning. Now here's the thing. Often our plans are out of date at this point. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that we're protecting all of our assets and all of our data so we can recover them. Next, this is a great time to validate our business requirements. Remember, a cyber attack isn't just a technology thing. It's a people thing. It's a process thing. And the same comes back to doing the analysis we need to of our applications. We need to work cross-functionally with our business owners, our application owners, and of course our tech teams to all get on the same page. We need business-driven outcomes, and we need to know the recovery point objectives we need to reach with ransomware recovery. Now, here's where things change a lot from the traditional disaster recovery planning. I've heard many organizations say that, you know what, we'll recover in place in the event of a cyber attack. Unfortunately, that doesn't always work. In some cases, law enforcement might be involved in your ransomware attack, and they might come in and quarantine your environment and say, you simply can't use it to recover. This means we need to have multiple recovery locations in mind ahead of time, ideally completely segmented from our production network. I'm talking about things like co-location facilities, service providers, or the public cloud. We also need to make sure that we have a copy of our production data there so we can recover quickly on ransomware day. Now, we don't know what's going to happen until it happens, which is why testing is so very important. And I mean real-world, full-scale testing. Look, I've done DR tests myself where I had my clipboard, I restored a server, and that was enough to please the auditors and say, yes, we ran a DR test. That simply doesn't work anymore. Real-world, full-scale testing so we can find where it breaks now so we can fix it later. The key to this, of course, is automation, because we know our business applications and our requirements are constantly changing. We need to automate our recovery testing so we know exactly how long it's going to take to recover. And let's talk a little bit more about automation, because I don't know about you, but if something goes wrong and we're attacked by ransomware, I don't want to try to be restoring servers from backup with the CEO looking over my shoulder and yelling at me. A ransomware incident is really stressful for staff as well. We want to make sure we have automation in place so we can further reduce the risk of human error. Stressed out humans do silly things, and we definitely don't want to mess up our recoveries. Now, you might be sitting here and wondering, but what if I don't have a plan? Or what if it's so old it's not even useful? So let's talk about where to start. A lot of organizations just want to start everything at once because they're so worried about a ransomware attack. But the key to success is really starting small. Start with a single application and align your organization, your business owners, your app owners, and your tech teams. Work out all the processes and all the technical kinks ahead of time so you can move forward with each and every application. Once you have the process down end to end for one, everything else becomes a lot simpler. Now let's break it down one more time what we need to do to recover from a ransomware attack. We need up-to-date recovery plans that are aligned to the business requirements. These plans need to be, of course, updated and tested on a regular basis and automated as much as possible. We need to consistently ensure we can meet those RPOs and RTOs and reduce our risk. We don't ever want to be in the position where we pay the ransom because we can't recover or we don't know how long it's going to take us to recover. The time is now to prepare so you can recover from ransomware later. Today, you're going to hear so much more about different solutions to help you on this journey, and I'm really excited for it. Now let's head back to the actual tech media team.
Love that. I am also very excited, Melissa. Thank you so much for starting us out on such an informative and engaging note there. And we're going to keep those good vibes going because up next we have a familiar face I know many of you will recognize. the name on your screen right now. We're going to be chatting with Leo Vela, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Leo has lots of great content for us as our first presenter here in this recovery pillar. So I'm going to hand the platform on over to you, Leo. Welcome.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining me today. This is Leo Vela speaking, Mid-Market Solutions Engineer from Rubrik. Today, I wanted to talk to you about ransomware. More specifically, how can you secure your data from ransomware so when inevitably you are hit by an attack, you know you can recover quickly and confidently for your organization. But before I start talking about Rubrik, let's start with a little bit of context. So we all know that ransomware is a pervasive problem, and we're doing our best not to become another number. However, over 1/3 of organizations were impacted by ransomware within just the past year. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Whether or not there's a demand for payment, attackers are after your applications and data. They're threatening your ability to operate. And when your data is down, your business is down. And these numbers reported are just organizations that disclosed they got hit by ransomware. It's very likely there are many that didn't disclose their attack, so these numbers are much likely to be higher. When it comes to the wrong costs of a ransomware attack, the average cost of recovery, including the ransomware itself, can be in the millions, not to mention downtime, legal costs, etc. And that's nothing to say of the reputational harm and lost business from a ransomware attack can cause. This is why cyber risk is ultimately financial risk. So why is ransomware on the rise in the first place? With consumers and businesses operating in a more remote and distributed fashion, the attack surface has exponentially grown. Meanwhile, a ransomware economy has emerged for attackers enabled by a ransomware as a service provider. And essentially, anyone can become a ransomware hacker as long as you know where to find that ransomware market. And it really can be like a business for these cyber criminals for that reason. And they'll continue to grow more sophisticated in their attacks. Ransomware isn't going away anytime soon. So now is the time to make this a priority. So how do you defend against ransomware attacks? Well, at the end of the day, backups are going to be your best and last line of defense. But these ransomware hackers know this. Because of this, they've been going after backup systems more and more often, and legacy solutions are being compromised. Without the proper security controls in place, backups are vulnerable, and that's a source of cyber risk. So why are legacy backups failing? Well, first of all, many backup providers aren't using a true zero trust approach. Therefore, a greater surface area for attack is vulnerable. You need to be authenticating at every single step. There's also limited ability to detect anomalous activity, more specifically, mass encryption events. A lack of visibility into sensitive data exposure, customer data, PII, PHI. A lack of threat hunting and containment capabilities. This makes organizations more prone to reinfection and increases downtime for your organization. And lastly, recovery options are lacking, which makes recovery slow, complex, and costly, even if you manage to get lucky and find out where the last good point of recovery is. If your recovery is slow, what good is it? So, we know why ransomware attackers are affecting organizations, but why are organizations stuck paying ransoms in the first place? So, here's what we hear from organizations who have experienced a ransomware attack. Attackers penetrate defenses and lock down your data, and essentially have two fundamental options. One, you can pay the ransom. And from here, even if you meet the ransom demand, there's absolutely no guarantee that the attacker will provide a decryption key and unlock everything that's been encrypted within an acceptable time frame with all data intact. These are criminals after all, and you're really putting your organization's hands with their trust. Probably not the best option. So that leads us to option two, attempting to recover. So if you attempt to recover, you need to be able to answer a series of questions to do it successfully. First, is my data protected? Can I recover? You need to be able to answer whether or not that backup data is compromised by ransomware. And you might decide to pay the ransom if the answer is no. If you don't have backups, what can you restore from? Can ransomware be investigated? Can you have access to your backup data and find where the data anomaly is to assess what applications have been impacted? Can you find the last good backup to restore from? Can sensitive data be discovered? There's a possibility that that data was exfiltrated as a part of the attack. And if you can't discover where sensitive data resides, you may have no choice but to pay the ransom. And even if you follow through these steps, before initiating application recovery, you need to be confident that malware is not in the backup data. If it is, you might run the risk of reinfecting your environment and compounding the problem. And lastly, can you recover quickly? If you can't get back online quickly, you may have to meet the ransom demands. At the end of the day, option 2 is preferable to paying the ransom, but you have to be able to address those concerns to minimize risk. So, how do you reduce cyber risk? Well, it isn't just about technology. We should be thinking around these 4 pillars: people, process, preparedness, and precision. Thankfully, technology does help us out with preparedness and precision, and Rubrik just so happens to offer both. But beyond technology, things like support and services, even things like an insurance policy can affect risk. So let's run through these 4 pillars, starting with people. 1, not all data is the same. People need to be trained in how to discover critical data assets and classify their sensitivity. 2, from a vulnerability standpoint, how does the way your environment is set up and people's behavior impact risk? Are people using systems the right way? Are they leaving things open to attack? 3, people getting organized and having a game plan. Firefighters don't learn how to fight fires at a burning house. It's important to plan in advance of attack so you know you're prepared with your team. When that fire does strike, you can put it out. 4, before getting attacked, align on roles and responsibilities. What's IT's role? What's security's role? Who else needs to be involved? And 5, after doing all this work, test it. Test. Run exercises and simulations until your team fully understands the drill. Practicing improves your preparedness. Processes. This is just going to be echoing that test mantra. You have to reduce risk because it's not just a one-time exercise. It's continuous. You don't look at risk, then walk away. You shouldn't be satisfied just because you met compliance. You should be constantly looking at risk. Make sure your organization's philosophy is one of continuous improvement by looking at risk identification, risk assessment, mitigation, and monitoring. Preparedness. Here's why we start getting into actual technology industry best practices across a few layers of general security to care about, where backup becomes super important. But you need these features to be prepared. Is your data healthy? Is your data quality good and available at all times? User access. Who has access to this? Are you using role-based access controls, multi-factor authentication, temporary one-time passwords to control access? Data encryption. Is your data encrypted at rest and in motion, locked down so no one can access it? And application access. Are you using whitelists for IP connections, blacklists, leveraging SSL TLS for higher level authentication? Well, with Rubrik, we saw the problem of data risk by converging that data protection and security into a single platform. So even when security defenses fail, the data is still protected. We're protecting more enterprise applications now than ever, on premises, in the cloud, and SaaS applications. Right there for data protection and security, that's the point of data. And by securing backup data against attacks, Rubrik protects applications and keeps the businesses running. And this is all because we're leveraging zero trust data protection. It's at the foundation, the core. Data security clearly starts with protecting data from attacks. This includes a logical air gap to prevent unauthorized access, an immutable append only file system that prevents unwanted modification, and of course, multi-factor authentication to ensure only the right people are allowed to enter the environment. And Rubrik is a leader in data protection for the past few years, and it's no mystery why. Part of our innovation is bringing zero trust to more workloads and more environments. In fact, we recently launched a solution that builds on our strategic partnership with Microsoft, Rubrik Cloud Vault. And from here, we're able to provide storage as a service for your archive backups. Whether it's logically air-gapped, it's going to be fully managed service, consumed and managed by Rubrik, and it's going to be a predictable cost. No need to worry about storage, read costs, API calls, egress charges. Let us worry about that, and you just have one single bill to look at. Having that account isolated data copy in a secured cloud vault, that's what separates from organization's core IT environment. That can give you peace of mind that you can have data readily available for recovery. So once again, we're at the topic of legacy backup. Organizations can't tolerate the delays that the legacy backup architecture gives you. It can be slow, and time is money. We all know this. Those systems can take snapshots at periodic intervals, and if attacked, we need to answer that series of questions that I posed earlier. And with earlier generations of backup solutions, they aren't built for today's ransomware era. It can be tough to be fast and accurate, and often ends up you paying the ransom. So finally, the fourth P, precision. Analytics and automation can be very helpful in making your ransomware response quick and accurate. Analytics can be used to identify the blast radius and also identify the last known clean snapshot so you can prevent malware from reinfecting systems. Automation and recovery can help you quickly and surgically restore the infected systems. This is all offered with Rubrik tools and features. So we're finally at the compare and contrast slide, and it's nothing new. I'm just showing here that you have to have those critical zero trust architecture features: immutability, multi-factor authentication, logical air gapping, but also focus on the automation, making sure that you can speed up the investigation after a ransomware attack. That's going to be critical. And as I've said before, technology is just one of the many components of reducing cyber risk. There are also services. Service offerings provided by specifically by Rubrik are going to be critical. The first one being the customer experience manager. They're going to be a dedicated resource for partners with you and your organization to perform 3 tasks around main areas. 1, ensuring that your security best practices are followed with health checks, and we recommend monthly cadences, and this ensures your data posture is strong. Onboarding and adoption. We will want to make sure that you get the maximum value from your investment. And 3, collaboration and strategic planning. We'll just have quarterly business reviews and roadmap discussions to make sure the right strategies are created. The next service offering is a ransomware response team. And this is essentially an overlay on top of any support contract that you would have with Rubrik. It's a dedicated SEAL team that works with any organizations on ransomware recovery. And not only does the software do its job, we have this team that works 24/7. When you invest in Rubrik, you have a whole team behind you for ransomware recovery. And lastly, I have to just show the ransomware recovery warranty. It's a first of its kind, announced last year. So if you're hit by ransomware and for whatever reason cannot recover data secured by Rubrik, we warrant up to $5 million in recovery-related expenses. Regardless whether your data is protected on premises or in the cloud, it's backed up by the industry's most robust warranty recovery. Lastly, I just want to make a quick plug. Essentially, the recognition for Rubrik has received from analysts like Gartner, Forrester, and Forbes has always been phenomenal. And we've been recognized as a leader in this space for years at this point. And we look forward to continuing to innovate in securing critical data and maximizing cyber resilience. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. If you'd like to learn more, please get in touch. Please visit rubrik.com. Get in touch with your account executive and solutions engineer, and we'll be more than happy to go into a technical deep dive and see how Rubrik can help your organization.
All right. Well, thank you to Leo. As always, another wonderful and informative presentation. Lots of great takeaways. I'm seeing some high fives coming in from the audience as well. I agree with you, Nelson. That was really interesting. As always, Leo. I've got a poll up on the screen for you here. And what we're wondering is, what is the additional information that you would like to get about the Rubrik solution? So, Leo crammed quite a bit of information into the last 15 minutes. But there's obviously lots more to learn, and Rubrik has a lot of opportunities, different ways to interact with their solution. And we want to make sure that you get the information that you need to really explore this solution for you and see if where and how it might be a good fit at your organization. So this is a really nice, easy way to let Rubrik know how they can follow up with you. It goes right to their team. And then they will make sure that you get the information that you're interested in. So do take a moment now and click on that poll. I'm also going to encourage you to head on over to that handouts tab. Again, please do that either now and download all the handouts in one big go, or make sure that you're checking in after each one of these sessions and just taking a quick look at those handouts, hopefully, downloading and saving them to access later. So Rubrik has a really cool guide for you. It's called Rubrik for Ransomware Remediation, Faster Ransomware Recovery from Backups That Cannot Be Compromised. So all of those words are good words, maybe with the exception of ransomware. those are all good words and all things you should be exploring. So please do take a minute now, click on that handout, and make sure that you get that PDF to take a look at a little bit later in the day. Okay, I'm going to leave that poll up just a second longer because it's time for another Amazon gift card giveaway. Now, I will remind you one more time that you do need to be here live present at the Mega Summit and also meet all of the Actual Tech Media Prize terms and conditions. If you don't know what those are, they are there in that handouts tab for you. Okay, so our next exciting winner of an Amazon gift card is Renee Yee of California. Renee Yee of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations to you, Renee. That's a nice kickstart on any holiday shopping that you've got on your list. Or hey, treat yourself. You don't have to spend it on gifts. You guys can take yourselves out with these $300 gift cards. All right, well, let's keep rolling along because we have another awesome presentation lined up in this pillar here. So up next, we're going to hear from Zerto and Scality. So we've got Kaylee Fitzgerald here with us, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, and then Greg DeFrea, who's the GM Americas at Scality. So this is going to be a really interesting conversation. Can't wait to jump in. So with that, I will hand the mic on over to you both.
Thanks for having us. We're going to talk a little bit today about mapping your ransomware preparedness for 2023 with Zerto and Scality. My name is Greg DeFry. I'm the GM of the Americas. I'm joined by Kylie Fitzgerald from Zerto, who's the Senior Product Marketing Manager. Hi, Kylie. How are you?
Doing good, Greg. Thanks for getting together with us. We're pretty excited to talk to you guys today about how we can help you guys build ransomware resilience in 2023 with Zerto and Scality. So let's dive right in.
Perfect. So some of the things that we see, and you guys have seen metrics upon metrics during the session, so we want to be pretty brief, but basically is that we see is about a third of the enterprises have been attacked, but a third have also really suffer these attacks weekly, which we thought was the frequency to me is rather interesting or alarming, and also about a third is actually paid, and we'll talk about some of the repercussions of paying, and obviously sometimes you don't really get that return back, but certainly this is a thing that we see with pretty much every customer. It's not a question of if, it's about when, and it's about how often. As you can see, as certainly customers see this on a daily, weekly basis. And, this is why we're having the conversation about how we're helping customers deal with this in the real world.
Yeah, and that tragic number of 1/3. I mean, 1/3 of these enterprises have paid at least one ransom. That's to say that that's more than one. But to go off of that, even if you're attacked by a ransomware attack and pay that ransom, only 4% of organizations are actually getting all of their data back, and are still dealing with decryptors that are notoriously buggy. So. And no ransomware is truly one size fits all. Each attack has its own downtime and disruption effects on a company or a consumer. On average, though, the length is around 24 days to get back online and resume business operations efficiently. And at this point in time, ransomware is truly starting to evolve. If you haven't heard about it, there's ransomware as a service. These bad actors are getting better at what they do, and they are creating 24-hour call centers to help other cyber criminals get online and attack your business and get that ransom that they're looking for. And a single attack can impact 17 countries at once. There's no geographical bounds. You've seen in the news lately entire school systems being attacked and taking down their entire network. So it's not about if, it's about when and how large that impact is really going to have and be a total disaster for you and your company. So why Zerto for ransomware resilience? Well, for 3 reasons. First and foremost, we give you the opportunity to get back online and resume business operations efficiently in just a few minutes and at scale. Then that's a matter of also taking you back to a point in time that was only a few seconds before the attack or incident outage. Sometimes there is human error, so we have to account for that as well, and our planned downtime as well. But we can get you back online in just a few minutes in a matter to a state seconds before an outage had occurred. And third, before these attacks happen, start to plan for this. And that's what this whole presentation is about, is how we can help you prepare for that. And one beautiful functionality of Zerto is the fact that we provide non-disruptive testing for you to make sure that your disaster recovery solution is in place and working for you. And this is something that you can do in the middle of the day on a Monday. You don't have to wait until the weekend and set aside that time in hours of time to make sure that this is working for you. And this is all made up due to continuous data protection. That is Zerto's bread and butter. It is true CDP. And the reason for that is because we have been the industry leader that patented this 13 years ago in 2009. And we provide near synchronous replication, app-centric detection and recovery, and a unique journaling technology that is super granular that provides those checkpoints that can bring you back to just a few seconds before that attack and get you back online in just a few minutes. The other beautiful thing about our continuous data protection is all of the built-in technical advantages that we offer for your business. So that we have this automation and orchestration that is built in from the start, allowing you to start using and executing your testing and or live DR operations almost instantaneously after you get it up and running. True CDP means never missing a backup. It's working seamlessly in the background to protect you. So it's not interrupting, it's non-disruptive, which is really nice for you to be able to have that running seamlessly in the background for your business. We can allow you to dive in to a full analytics suite and make sure that you're meeting your SLAs, that your RPOs are meeting those seconds that we're talking about, and that you are truly aligned with your business goals that you have set and you are trying to achieve. It's security hardened Linux appliances, so it reduces your overall attack from the vector. And just going around this circle, you can see all the benefits. with encrypted communication between all components. We have one-to-many replication, so it makes it easy to evolve from the 3-to-1 to 4-3-2. And truly, and Greg will talk about this a little bit more as we get down through this presentation, but having our offsite immutable copies from the journal that are completely untouchable by ransomware. And we'll talk a little bit further about that here with Greg on how they help come in and help there as well. So Zerto helps reduce risks and saves you a lot of money from traditional backup and what you can see. So we're taking you from traditional backup that you're probably all mostly familiar with, from minutes and hours, sometimes even days that you might have to roll back to in the event of an attack. But with Zerto, we have provided, and this is an example from Lockbit, a 97% reduction for people to get back online and reduce their total ransomware impact to just a few minutes, a total downtime, of 25 minutes from the time from encryption to the time to restore. In total, it's 25 minutes compared to 16 plus hours. And on a larger scale, a lot of these enterprises are seeing it being days, weeks, and some of them worse, months, and possibly even putting you out of business and creating a lot of disruption to you, your business, your employees, and all of your consumers that are taking a look at your business on a daily basis. So Greg will start to dive in now, but we want to talk about how Zerto and Scality work together and why they've become one of our validated and strategic partners in the industry.
Perfect. So this is a high-level architecture. As you can see on the left, you have a number of the application servers and VMs, et cetera, that would be protecting. Get your Zerto server and journal that's doing all the orchestration and movement and cataloging. Then you have the endpoints on the right, which are really provided by Scality. And we have two platforms. One's called Artesca, which is really purpose-built for edge and small deployments. And we have Scality Ring, which is really purpose-built for customers for core data center and multi-petabyte scale and beyond. So as you can see is that you have the journal that really does your full orchestration. You mentioned 4-3-2 or 3-2-1, whatever your policy is, whether that's continuous data protection as well as long-term retention, right? These are things that are scheduled within the platform. And also you can see is the Zerto journal is also sent to the platform. So if we have a compromise here, we can restore the server that has all the metadata. We have all the data. Again, we can roll back to that particular point in time. We're providing secure object lock for compliance and immutability for the data. So there's no way to mount or manipulate or change or do anything to the information the way that we store it in a protected format. So as you can see is that you've got your agentless data movement from the left. It's being sent to your endpoints on the right. It's being stored in a secure way, and also so is the journal. So this type of an approach, one is that I've got the data securely stored. Two is I can restore that, and that storage can be really sized to hit your RTO and RPO objective. And also the fact that the data and the journal goes over to the immutable storage allows us that extra layer of protection for customers. And again, this can start small, but this could be for multiple petabytes, multiple locations at scale. So we can go, smaller SMBs may only have 20, 30 terabytes, 50 terabytes, but we also have some very large enterprises that need tens of petabytes. So this architecture is scalable in that way, and we're meeting the demands of really all the market demographics.
Yep. So we'll dive into some of these key benefits. And one thing I really want to highlight is that between Zerto and Scality is the ease of use. That is what why we really promote each other. It's easy setup especially with the Zerto UI to help you protect those checkpoints as long as you need. And then, Greg, if you want to speak on behalf of how Scality makes that simple as well.
Sure. I think everything, again, is policy driven. So there's really not a lot of the traditional storage management that you see with traditional platforms and or purpose-built backup appliances and tape. but we can be granular in policy. We can have a quicker TORPO. We can extend your checkpoints for long-term retention if need be. A lot of customers that we work with have compliance and regulatory demands as well as ransomware concerns, is that we're helping them meet them and all the industry elements that they're talking about. We talked about the ability to recover the journal and the data, which I think is a really unique one, but also data is everywhere. Data, we're seeing the edge explode. We're seeing half of the architecture now is going to the edge, 800% application growth at the edge. 92% of our customers today are already in multi-cloud. And our platforms work in edge, core, cloud, and hybrid modes to be able to apply this methodology wherever the data lives. And I think that's a key thing about how we've really modernized with our customer demands around this. Data is created and accessed and stored everywhere, is that we need to be able to check all those boxes, and we certainly do so.
Yeah, and with that, I just want to highlight as well that since Zerto sits at the hypervisor level, all the changes that you're making in your infrastructure, and as you continue to modernize your infrastructure, it's really important to make sure that you don't feel locked into any sort of platform or different solution as you're building out your DR plans. So because we are platform agnostic, and we allow you to be able to modernize and change as you need for the means that fit your business at the end of the day.
And, from our standpoint is, our goal from a storage provider and really what we provide to the offer is, again, it's low cost. So low cost to serve, performance, immutable storage with ransomware and S3 lock, complete enterprise grade to hit the SLAs that you need. And again, at a reduced cost to serve. And we can talk a little bit about some of the proof points and metrics that we see from our customers. But again, is we can be very small, tens of terabytes. And, we've got customers that are tens of petabytes and hundreds of petabytes and beyond, right? Meeting the demands of very small and very large type deployment options for customers. We work not only just with data protection and backup, but we work with a multitude of different workloads. We're leveraged for things like archives and big data analytic and applications like Hadoop and Splunk and cloud native applications that your line of business might be running for like web and mobile and machine learning and artificial intelligence, a lot of the modern workloads. And also, since we provide file as well as a native protocol, we also can adhere to a lot of the traditional file workloads that your enterprise might have. So it's not uncommon for our platform to be used in a multi-purpose way. And oftentimes, specifically in backup, we're typically replacing purpose-built things like purpose-built backup appliances and tape that are really aligned for these things. So we could offer simplicity and scale across many things, which really simplifies the management in over time, which is really what we're looking for. And again, edge, core, cloud, we have those deployment methods as well. And like I mentioned before, we have customers that certainly leverage cloud in this 3-2-1 or 4-3-2 model. And it's certainly something that, when we get into technical validation with you all, can be embraced as part of that equation.
Yep, and with Zerto, we help meet all those environments, as he mentioned. So, Zerto for Kubernetes, we're starting to see a lot of people move into those containerized environments. So again, we're just meeting all the needs of the market and the demand that we see and how people are starting to evolve their businesses to help protect their infrastructure.
Cool, and great paper we'll leave you with, but really this is from IDC. They interviewed a number of our customers about how we've improved service levels, reduced costs, helped with IT staff efficiency. And again, the things that we do with self-managing, self-healing really attribute to that on HPE Apollo hardware, which we deploy with through a partnership with HPE. And honestly, in the next couple slides here, we'll talk about is that we've been recognized as a leader in this space for distributed file and object, because a lot of things we're doing for data protection and security, but also multi-purpose or edge core cloud capabilities, et cetera. And we've also been recognized by Gartner as the #1 in critical capabilities for data protection and backup, as you can see on the next slide, is is something that we're certainly proud of. So, as a platform, we've been to market for many years. We've been recognized for some of the things we deliver. I think the things that we're offering for our joint customers is that we have an extremely powerful offering together that allows customers end-to-end protection that I think is really game-changing. And I know you want to talk a little bit about some of the things we have as outlets for customers as we look to break here shortly.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Yeah, so coming together, Zerto and Scality, as you can see, we're leaders in the market. The industry leader, Zerto has been the industry leader for the past 13 years in disaster recovery, untouched with our true CDP, as competitors are trying to find that area, but we continue to lead there. We continue to help protect our businesses. And now with Scality, we've come together to help you just add that extra security layer and with someone that is validated and that we really firmly believe in and work with in the HPE network, as we all fall under that HPE umbrella now. So feel free, please reach out to myself and or Greg. I'm happy to answer any questions for you all. But if you don't get the chance to do that, take a look. We have a joint solution brief that will be available to you after this webinar that shows our validated performance with Scality. As far as getting your hands on with seeing it live yourself, we have free hands-on ransomware labs. You can test drive Zerto at zerto.com/labs. It's completely self-paced. It's an on-demand lab, so you can get in there and see how easy the user interface is to use. But if you don't have that time and you just want to put YouTube off in the corner as you're doing some of your work, we do have a lot of ransomware scenarios that we go through, everything from a file level encryption all the way up to a full-blown disaster of your entire data center being infected by a ransomware attack. So feel free to look at those and see how it can work for you and your business. And again, feel free to reach out to myself or Greg. We're here to help y'all.
Thank you
for your time. Yeah, thanks, Greg.
All right. Well, thank you to both Kylie and Greg. What a great presentation. Again, always some great takeaways and things to think about. I saw a couple of people saying maybe they had heard of Zerto, but not of Scality, or the other way around. And it's really cool to see these types of collaborations and things that can help create whole new solutions and strategies and approaches for all of you out there. So I'm excited that we got to explore that a little bit together. We do have a poll up on the screen for you here. And again, you're going to let Zerto know how they could follow up with you, what further information they could send your way. We have had so many incredible presentations, solutions, strategies, and platforms that we've walked through today. And there's just no way that you're going to remember them all. You won't. So a really great thing to do for yourself is to be grabbing those handouts and also filling out these polls and letting the teams know how they can follow up with you, what they can hand to you, so that you are able to kind of jog that memory a little bit later. So on the note of the handouts, and actually we were just chatting about this, Kylie mentioned this towards the end of her chat there, but I'm going to encourage you to head on over to that handouts tab and you can grab the solution sheet on Scality and Zerto, talking about how to eliminate data loss and ransomware threats with enterprise grade disaster recovery. Super important and a great read. So please do go check that out. All right. Well, while you guys are clicking on the poll here, as I know you all are, or downloading the handout, as I know you are all doing, because you're excellent direction followers out there, I can tell. I'm also going to go ahead and give away another prize. So one last time, you do need to be here present with us at the Mega Summit and meet the actual Tech Media terms and conditions. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Jason Zamet of Illinois. Jason Zamet of Illinois, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. So we will follow up with you after we wrap. Folks, do not despair. There is still one more chance to win. We've got another chance lined up for you. So stay tuned for that. All right. Well, yeah, we got the poll, we did the handout, we did the prizes, and that means it is time for another awesome presentation. So we are moving along, and folks, this is actually our last presentation in this pillar, our last presentation really of the day, besides our roundtable discussion. So don't forget, we've got Melissa and Lindsay coming back to give us a little bit of a recap, pull out some key points, and really help us dig into some of the things that we've been hearing about today, and specifically looking at this final pillar, this recovery pillar. So stay tuned for that. So there's the panel discussion and a final prize giveaway, lots to look forward to. But this is our last presentation for a solution here today. So we're going to have a great sort of mini grand finale, pre-grand finale, a grand finale appetizer, if you will, coming from Haiku. And we're going to hear from Shiva Raja, a technical solutions architect at Haiku. So Shiva, I'm going to hand the platform right on over to you. Take it away.
At Haiku, and today I'll be talking about how you can accelerate your ransomware recovery readiness using Haiku. So before I go ahead, I just wanted to come up with a quick introduction about what is Haiku and who we are and what we deliver. So to start with, our company is headquartered in Boston. We have more than 300 plus employees employed globally. We have offices not just in Boston, but also in Chicago and in Austin. And the core strength of our company basically lies within our engineering team, because we are fully experienced in delivering data protection solutions that are truly purpose-built for a multi-cloud environment that deals with your on-prem or any of your public cloud hyperscalers, or even SaaS-based applications. And this is exactly why we have an increasing global presence. We have more than 3,600 plus customers across 75 plus countries, right? And our customer base is increasingly growing as we speak. Now, what we do is pretty simple and straightforward. We basically deliver a full-fledged backup and recovery solution for all of your on-prem workloads, public cloud, and even SaaS-based applications. And through our backup and recovery, we actually offer a comprehensive ransomware protection. And that is exactly what I'll be talking about today, how you can basically go about securing your backup infrastructure using our solution, and basically talk about what are the things that you have to watch out for, and what are the things that are, what are the common pitfalls that you can actually avoid when it comes to delivering a full-fledged, foolproof ransomware protection. We also deliver a full-scale disaster recovery capability, especially when it comes to failing over your on-prem workloads to a public cloud infrastructure, or leveraging any of your public cloud infrastructure as a DR target. And speaking of disaster recovery, we also have the ability to even perform seamless migrations between your on-prem and your public cloud platform. So these are the core offerings, or these are the core things that we truly deliver for our on-prem and our public cloud customers. So with that being said, I just wanted to quickly jump into, what are the key aspects or key backup and recovery steps when it comes to protecting your organization from a ransomware attack. And I basically try to come up with four simple steps, right? The first step is to ensure that you have your backup infrastructure secure, because I'm sure you would have heard this, but when it comes to a ransomware attack, backups are your last line of defense, right? You basically have all of your security protocols in place. You could also have an extremely well, disciplined security hygiene to ensure that you don't have any forms of attacks or any forms of a negligent behavior that might compromise your organization into a ransomware attack. But when that attack happens, backups are your last line of defense, right? So you need to ensure that you have to secure your backup infrastructure. And it's not just about securing your backup infrastructure as a whole, but also have your backups fully tamper-proof, meaning that even if your backup infrastructure is compromised, your backups, in a sense, should be immutable. No one should be able to edit these backups or encrypt these backups or even corrupt or delete these backups. Step 4 is, while your backups are preserved, you also need to ensure that when in an event of a ransomware attack, you also need to have the ability to recover from that ransomware attack as quickly as possible. It could be recovering your infrastructure on your on-prem infrastructure, or it could be recovering your infrastructure on a public cloud hyperscaler. And last but not the least, it also comes down to ensuring that your existing backups don't have any ransomware infected data, right? It's not just about protecting your backups or protecting your backup infrastructure. It's also about protecting the data within your backups, right? So these are the minimum 4 steps that you have to ensure that your entire organization is fully protected from a ransomware. So let's start with the whole aspect of securing your backup infrastructure. So before I get into the details of how you can go about securing your backup infrastructure, I just want to start with why it really matters, right? Because these days, ransomware attacks have become more and more sophisticated, and cyber criminals, they're realizing that it's not just about attacking your your primary infrastructure, but it's also about trying to attack your backup infrastructure to ensure that the organizations which get attacked are not able to use their backups to recover from such an attack, right? And with the increasing level of complexity, especially when your workloads are running in a hybrid cloud environment, or when you're basically using, let's say, a legacy backup solution that has way too many moving parts, the multiple points of attacks or multiple points of vulnerability kind of increases exponentially. So what you really need to do is basically ensure that your entire set of backup information or your backup data is not reachable by any ransomware or malware attacks, and ensure that your entire backup infrastructure is not complicated, right? I mean, you don't have way too many data movers or too many agents deployed. Your backup infrastructure needs to be as simple as possible, right? And at the same time, you also need to ensure that you're managing your backup administrator privileges and end user privileges totally independent of each other, so that if any of one of these credentials are compromised, it shouldn't mean that your entire backup infrastructure is compromised. So it should always be a set of credentials that has the ability to access your backup data. So with that being said, what can we offer, right? When it comes to Haiku, we are 100% an agentless data protection solution, where we have the ability to not just deliver crash consistent, but also application consistent backups without any agents. In addition to that, our entire solution is basically delivered as a black box, be it with regards to your on-prem or your public cloud infrastructure, because there's only one place to enter into the system, and there's only one way to exit out of the system. And all of that activity will be fully monitored by our solution. In addition to that, the best part about our solution is our entire architecture is basically built with multi-tenancy in mind, meaning that if you have different tenants or different groups within our solution, that specific group has its own database, has its own backend, which means these multiple tenants won't be stepping onto each other's toes, and the entire tenant is fully secure, and it's basically placed in its own sandbox in a shared infrastructure. In addition to that, our data, especially when it comes to backups happening from one location to another location, you also need to ensure that your backups are fully encrypted, so that any of the data that gets transferred is not hacked or it's not intercepted by cyber criminals. In addition to that, you also need to ensure that your backups don't get deleted or manually expired by internal users, either be it with regards to an accidental deletion or a malicious behavior. In addition to that, we also deliver the ability to have your backup user logins fully integrated with your native identity access management. Could be as simple as Active Directory or your public cloud's identity access management. And in addition to that, we also have the ability to deliver a full-fledged integration with when it comes to integrating with your specific platform. We ensure that we integrate with that platform using the secure REST APIs, meaning that the integration between the backup software and the platform, the communication that happens between your backup software and the platform is fully secured, and it doesn't get intercepted by any malware or any ransomware solutions. And last but not the least, it's also about ensuring that the entire backup traffic is fully isolated from your production environment. So all of these things that I'm talking about is basically isolating your backups to a private location. And the whole premise of the story is if your production environment is impacted, you can be rest assured that your backups are totally vaulted and secure in a separate location. Several vendors basically call it with different names, like such as zero trust architecture or air gap backup infrastructure. Whatever the name is, these are one of the most core points that you have to look out for. And Haiku solution basically delivers all of these capabilities inbuilt within our entire solution. So the second point that I wanted to talk about is how do you go about tamper-proofing your backups or ransomware-proofing your backups? So this basically comes down to the following reasons, right? So when a ransomware basically impacts your infrastructure, as I pointed out before, the only option that you have to get away from that, or you basically have two options. Number one, you pay the ransomware, which is definitely not the option to go to, and number two is basically make use of your backups to recover from that situation. So if your backups are basically impacted because of that ransomware attack, then you have no option at all, which is why you need to ensure that even if your backup infrastructure is fully airtight or air-gapped, you also need to ensure that your backups are truly immutable. And immutability can only be performed using these security standards that I'm pointing out here. It could be the SEC 178-4, the FINRA 4511, or the CFTC 1.31. These are the standards that truly define what worm-enabled storage means. And I'll be talking more about how Haiku can help you with that. So when it comes to Haiku, in addition to this whole air-gapped backup strategy, we also have the ability to deliver backups written to truly worm-enabled object storage. So the worm-enabled object storage that I'm talking about truly adheres to the standards that I've been talking about. So whenever you're basically investing in backup immutability, do ask yourself a question and investigate in the fact whether this specific backup storage that you're doing backups to adheres to all of the standards that I just talked about. And so Haiku not only delivers backups to worm-enabled object storage, we basically deliver immutable backups to all of our supported sources, be it with regards to backups of your on-prem or your public cloud workloads. And we provide you a wide variety of choices when it comes to doing backups to worm-enabled object storage. I mean, we can support backups directly to AWS S3 worm-enabled object storage, or Google Cloud's worm-enabled object storage, or Azure's worm-enabled blob storage. In addition to that, we also support Nutanix objects. We support Cloudian. So we have tons of options. We also support Wasabi's worm-enabled S3 object storage. So if you can check out our compatibility matrix to see a wide variety of choices that we have when it comes to supporting worm-enabled object storage for true immutability. The third point that I wanted to talk about is how ready are you when it comes to recovering your entire infrastructure from a ransomware attack. So look, at the end of the day, you can only do so much to protect your infrastructure or organization to protect from a ransomware attack. But when that event happens, you need to ensure that your backups are not only safe, but how fast can you recover from a ransomware specific attack, from a ransomware attack? Because you need to understand when a specific organization gets impacted by a ransomware, there are several situations where that specific infrastructure or environment is under investigation. And it might take days to months for that environment to be ready to be used for a production environment. So you need to have an alternate infrastructure or something like a plan B to recover your data or your data to the last uncorrupted state to ensure that you basically carry on with your business, right? So this is exactly why you need to have a detailed ransomware specific incident response plan. You also need to have a foolproof strategy to fail over your production workloads to a different site. This site could be an offsite data center, or it could be basically a public cloud infrastructure. Whatever the case be, you need to have the ability to fail over to that specific site. And this is exactly what Haiku can deliver. We have the ability to basically deliver a full-fledged a full-fledged disaster recovery of all of your on-prem workloads to any of the three public cloud hyperscalers, be it AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. We also have the ability to deliver cross-hypervisor DR or cross-data center DR, where if your primary data center gets impacted, you also have the ability to recover all of those workloads to your secondary data center. And when it comes to failback, we have the ability to fail back all of the workloads from your public cloud and from your offsite data center. In addition to that, we also have instant snapshot-based recovery. So there are certain places where organizations want to instantaneously recover from that specific ransomware attack. And our secure integration with platform basically enables us to help customers to instantly recover from a snapshot-based using a platform snapshot-based recovery mechanisms where they actually have recovered from a ransomware attack as quickly as possible. And we also provide them with flexible recovery options. It's not just about recovering entire virtual machines, but we can recover individual vDisks, or we can recover individual files and folders, or bits and pieces of an application. Basically recover the parts or portions of data that have been infected. And our overall recovery mechanism is extremely intuitive, simple, and straightforward, which is why we always, showcase the fact that our recovery is as simple as just going through a single click, right? So last but not the least, the fourth point that I want to talk about is it's not just about protecting your data or backup infrastructure or protecting your backups, but also ensuring that the data within your backups is fully ransomware free or is free of ransomware infection, right? And the reason why this matters is pretty simple and straightforward, because there are times where corrupted data or ransomware data can basically reside within your infrastructure even before you know it. And if you haven't realized that your primary infrastructure is corrupted over a long period of time, odds are your backups can also be corrupted, which is why you need to have a solid mechanism to keep scanning for any unusual change rates or are there any validation capabilities or any validation policies in place to ensure that your backup data is free of any of this infected data. And it also makes sense to keep reviewing the retention policy of your critical data. I mean, let's face it, at the end of the day, higher retention times or retaining more versions or more copies of your critical production data will always help you to recover to a state when your primary data was free of any ransomware. So what can Haiku help you with? So we have the ability to basically monitor any unusual change rate notifications, especially when we are doing backups. We always keep an eye of any unusual change rate. And if these change rates go beyond a certain threshold, we have the ability to alert users and also have the ability to automate certain tasks when that specific event happens. In addition to that, we have a full-scale, full-fledged policy-based backup validation capabilities where we have the ability to validate backups and run customized actions when the backup validation happens. And this can be executed on demand or could be basically executed in a policy-based, in a scheduled manner, right? And last but not least, we also have our APIs fully exposed to our customers and to third-party vendors to provide a full-scale integration with any third-party security tools. We are also working in the backend to ensure to deliver more and more integration capabilities with third-party security tools. But at the end of the day, our APIs are fully available, or we are fully transparent with regards to all of the APIs that could be made available to our end users and our customers. So that was pretty much about, like, I know I talked a lot, and there's a lot of, I tried to cover a lot of, talking points when it comes to ransomware recovery and ransomware prevention, especially when it comes to securing your backup data. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions. So if you have any questions, please feel free to type them on the chat. But that's pretty much what I have from my end. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much to Shiva, to the entire Haiku team. What a great presentation. I always love hearing from the Haiku crew. You guys have some really interesting content and, of course, an incredible solution. So I hope you all out there got as much out of that as I did. I want to echo what Shiva said. You know, we're clipping these things right along today because we have all this additional and bonus content in our sessions with our expert keynotes and panels. So we're not pausing for as much of the live questions. However, we do have team members here answering questions over live chat. And as I've mentioned before, we do make sure that all of the questions go through to the team that you're asking or the speaker that you're asking. So we will make sure that they get the chance to answer those questions for you. So please do keep those coming in. You can also take a moment to fill out the poll that you're seeing up on the screen right now, and just kind of giving Haiku an idea of how they can follow up with you. I mean, look, it's a busy time of year. A lot of us are about to step away for a little bit of a break and take some time away from everything, and that's awesome. And before you do, make sure that you are connecting with these teams, getting these handouts, so that when you come back, if you're not able to take action on something right now, pretty hard to implement something the week or two before Christmas, as we all know, or whatever holiday break your organization is taking. So if you are planning ahead, fill out these polls now, download those handouts now, and make sure that you've got those resources waiting for you when you come back from the break. And that way you don't have to hunt around and try to find it after the fact. All right, so I'm going to let you take a second now and click on that poll. We do have a couple of prize giveaways to get to, but before we do, I want to bring back our expert panel again, and we're going to be hearing from Melissa and Lindsay. I'll bring them out in just a moment. But you know, this is again something that we want to make sure that we get into while everything is still sort of fresh in our brains. And we've asked Lindsay and Melissa to sort of wrap both of the previous two pillars. Obviously, we're going to spend quite a bit of time thinking about that recovery phase, but we'll kind of take a look at the entire day as well. So lots of great conversation right in front of us, and then hang tight for those prizes. So stay with us here and we'll move things forward. Let me just grab our expert speakers' mics here. Just one moment. All right, well, it has been an amazing day. We have covered so much information, tons of great solutions, strategies, really exciting conversations. And here we are, our very last panel discussion, and it is going to be a great one. Lindsay, Melissa, thank you so much for coming back to join us. Melissa, for that awesome keynote that we just heard. Lindsay, we got to talk to you a little bit earlier. It has been an absolutely incredible day, and I'm so excited to wrap up this final pillar here with you both. And I'm curious, after, you know, sitting with us throughout the day and listening to all of the really exciting presentations that we've had, the discussions that we've gotten to sit in on, what is kind of jumping out for each of you? What was sort of a major exciting or aha moment for each of you? Melissa, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Jess, I've been doing ransomware recovery type activities for a long time now, and a lot with ransomware over the last 4 or 5 years. And I've seen things progress, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. But I feel like after watching this event today, I kind of feel like for the first time, you know, the partners and the vendors we're working with, they get it now. Everybody gets it. Everybody has their solutions locked in and ready to go. No matter what your requirements are as an organization, no matter what unique problems that you might be facing, there is a solution out there, and chances are someone you heard from today can absolutely help you get ready to not only recover from ransomware, but do everything else that aligns with the NIST framework to really mitigate the impact when it happens, right? Because we all know it's when, not if at this point.
Great point. A couple of the things that a couple of the vendors brought up were actually really kind of great points that I was really happy to see. So first, one of them brought up the idea of, you know, where the industry is going and really trying to make sure your strategies are taking account for that. So Zerto mentioned cloud to edge, physical, Kubernetes, because it's like, this is where organizations are putting their infrastructure. And we really do need to be ensuring that we are having our backups and our recovery solutions taking account for those. They also mentioned the idea of people. So that's one of the things that I brought up in my keynote, is the importance of making sure that you're retesting your plans and accounting for any changes in personnel. So that's definitely one of those things where this is not just a technical problem, but making sure that the people that you have preparing the plans and kind of playing key roles are something that you're accounting for as they change and evolve over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to camp onto that real quick, especially with the Zerto presentation, right? We've heard a big notion of be able to recover anywhere, right? And before it was very much, oh, I'm going to recover to my second data center, or I've heard people tell me they're going to recover in place after a ransomware attack. And I'm like, that might not be the best strategy for success here. It's really about doing that testing whenever you update your plan or whenever you have new people come in, right? Or something changes, right? We have to keep those up to date, but we also need to always be looking at different options for recovery, because what happens if that breach happens and law enforcement comes in and says, you can't touch anything on site. You're just like done, right? You need to go someplace else. If you haven't planned that and tested that ahead of time, that's really going to impact your ability to recover.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And I was just going to ask you to expand on that a little more. So if there's something that we were just seeing, and I think you had some great points even at the start here that people seem to get it now, and that's really great. Is that sort of the biggest trend that you're seeing, or is there one sort of trend that we're seeing as we go into 2023 that either excites you or worries you?
This is the first year I feel like I'm not as worried, and Lindsay and I have talked about this in the past, right? I'm not as worried going in as I used to be, because I'm starting to see a lot more people pay a lot more attention within their organizations. And the fact that we're all here at events like this just kind of speaks to it, right? We're watching these, we're trying to learn, so we can do what we need now to recover later. But one thing I found really interesting, particularly with Haiku, right? Talking about all of this ransomware recovery, disaster recovery as a service. If you're an organization and you're facing personnel constraints or just time constraints, trying to get something up and running and protect yourself, these as a service offerings are a great way to really hit the ground running and be able to do something almost immediately to protect yourself so you can recover.
Lindsay, do you want to add anything on to Melissa's point?
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess kind of going back to some of what Haiku was talking about, one of the things that I thought was really great is that they brought up the idea of making sure that your data and your backups is good. And it's something where it's like, this is uninspected, right? That's something that I alluded to. But one thing I wanted to add is, the idea of the vendors weren't just talking about, making sure that, you have these backups. And somebody, I believe, said that this is like your last resort. Right. So not just kind of considering that, I have backups, I'm fine. So going back to what Melissa was saying, not being as worried that people just say, I have backups, I'm good. But now it seems like we're really kind of considering all the different things that we need to do to, prevent and then recover eventually from that ransomware attack that aren't just, I have backups, I'm fine.
Exactly. And one thing that Rubrik did a really good job of was kind of bringing us through the journey. So let's call a spade here. When it comes to like kind of traditional DR, we all know there was a lot of stuff that we weren't doing right. Like we knew it, right? But you know what? It was like cheaper to just assume the risk and say, we'll take it because, is a tornado really going to come? Like, are zombies really going to invade my data center? Probably not. It's cheaper to accept the risk and we'll just pay whatever it costs. The paradigm has shifted now, and Rubrik did a really good job of kind of just really level setting and taking us through the journey and saying, look, what we used to do, let's admit it didn't work right? Yesterday's solutions don't work anymore. We need to be moving forward, and we need to use all this wonderful stuff we have now, right? We need AI to kind of help us look at things and say, hey, are you infected here? What's going on? Something's changing in your environment. I know, Lindsay, when you talked about kind of response, we talked a lot about monitoring, right? Let's keep an eye on things because maybe we're going to get reinfected, or maybe something is happening, or maybe we haven't even determined the full scope of what happened during the initial response phase.
And I think it's really important to also consider that, now that we are talking about these and having these conversations, as we sort of go through and practice sort of our recovery efforts, making sure that we're doing it how we're going to do it in real life, right? I think people now have a better understanding of kind of what that means. So we're not just going to, kind of mock up, yes, this is how we're going to do it. No, actually going through your disaster recovery plan and really acting like you did have a ransomware attack. I think people really understand kind of the importance of doing that now because it is such a thing that we see all the time, real companies going through.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that point. And I think that's such an important thing with especially these last two pillars is actually, thinking about that real-time application and not just having it be an intellectual exercise, but, maybe running through it or however you need to kind of actually make sure that it's going to work for you. And I think so for anyone out there that they've heard some really cool and interesting solutions in all of our pillars today, but certainly when they are thinking, and right now we're kind of focusing on response and recovery. Is there some advice that you would give to somebody out there that's sorting through different solutions, different vendors, in terms of how they can sort of evaluate what they need best, and then how to find that solution for them?
So I would say that the best solution is the one that you're going to use, right? So trying to make sure that a vendor that you're looking at really kind of meets the needs for your infrastructure, kind of the abilities that you have on staff, or provides additional sort of capabilities that you might not have readily available.
Yeah, and to add on to that, now is the time to be honest, right? We need to be honest with ourselves about the state of our environment. If you can't recover today, that is totally fine, but you have to admit it, right? Even if we're in a really bad place, we have to own up to it. We have to admit, hey, we can't recover. What is the solution that's going to get us there that we're actually going to use the fastest? And it's only if we're completely honest on the state of everything, our budget, the people we have, how many people have, are we understaffed? Can we actually recover? How has our testing been going, right? So once we identify what's wrong in our environment and the weaknesses, then we can find the solution that's going to kind of mitigate all that for us, and that we're actually going to use, and it's actually going to be put into place now so we can recover later. Because unless we're protecting all of that data and kind of looking at things and getting ready to respond and recover, we're in trouble, right? We have to do that initial work to protect everything to get ready.
I love that. I love the solution is the one that you're going to use, and I love the idea of really actually being honest, especially as we head into New Year's and people are making New Year's resolutions, and that's it.
Resolve to back everything up, test those backups
There you go.
in a real world test, and resolve that you're not going to pay the ransom next year because you're going to be able to find it as soon as it comes in and respond to it and recover what you need to and meet your objectives, right?
That's your New Year's resolution for everyone out there. I wish we could keep going with this conversation. We are going to have to kind of wrap it up here, but before we take off for the day, I'm going to ask you guys, and I'm kind of throwing this at you. We've just sat through all these wonderful pillars. It's been an incredible day. So zooming back out from the last two pillars where we were sort of focusing our conversation just now, if there was something that you wanted everyone out there today to sort of walk away from any of the pillars, pick your pillars or all four, what is something that you would like our audience members, our community here to have in mind, to be asking themselves, to be thinking about? And maybe Melissa, I'll kick it to you, and then Lindsay, if you want to bring us home.
Yeah, absolutely. So me personally, I have spent most of my time in protect and recover. So it's really important to protect everything in your environment if you want to be able to recover it. Like if you like it, then you should have backed it up and made sure the backup worked, right? So make sure you have everything protected. Take that total honesty approach and put in the work now to be ready to recover later. And then you won't be paying the ransom in 2023, right?
Love it.
And I really look at things a lot more from some of the threat intelligence perspective. And what I want to underscore is that none of these pillars really kind of happen one at a time. So really kind of looking at sort of the iterative aspect of it. If you can incorporate threat intelligence to really kind of understand how the threat landscape is changing and evolving, what are threat actors doing now? So one conversation that Melissa and I had before this is, a couple of years ago, ESXi wasn't such a big deal. VMware wasn't such a big deal. And now it really is. So really kind of keeping abreast of what the latest is happening, and then making sure that your recovery and your response solution really does account for that.
Perfect. Those are great thoughts to leave it on. And as I said, I know that we could definitely keep going with this conversation. So I hope we get the chance to do that again in the new year. Everyone go out and make your resolutions here. You've got all the tips and tricks you need. Melissa, Lindsay, I want to thank you both so much for being here, and thanks for kind of bringing us home today. This has been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to sneak in one last thing. Before we go, if someone wants to reach out to either of you or follow up, is there a way that you'd like people to get in touch?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me on LinkedIn. My website is vmis.net, and I am vmis33 on Twitter.
There you go. Lindsay?
You can also find me on LinkedIn, and my Twitter handle is the Queen of Elf.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And also, you should know, I'm originally from Minnesota, and I just Minnesota goodbye both of you. Anyone from the Midwest will know that, where we say, bye, so long. Oh, wait, one last thing. So thank you for sticking through that Minnesota goodbye. Thank you for an incredible conversation, and I hope everyone out there will follow up with these two incredible speakers if you have any questions. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you both.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jess.
All right. Well, that was boy, just a lot. I'm still sort of writing down notes and things that I want to follow up on, and I think one of the best takeaways from that conversation that we just got to have with Melissa and with Lindsay, for me, is that reminder, that sort of lifelong learning reminder. You know, it's so easy to feel like, because we're sort of in these worlds that change so quickly as our industries do, that we're staying on top of things just sort of by running in the race. But it's really important. You know, I love, Melissa said the solutions won't work today. And Lindsay just gave us a reminder here to be constantly, you know, updating your own personal knowledge base. And I think that's so important. So today we're talking a lot about the updating your strategies. And it's equally as important to update your own mindset, update your own information. And actually, Sean, I want to call this out. Sean had posted that he really enjoyed everyone kind of breaking down the jargon. There is so much jargon in the stuff that we talk about. There are so many buzzwords. There are so many acronyms. And it's really, really important to stay up to date and to ask those questions, to not feel silly if you don't understand a word or you don't understand how a buzzword's being used. Actually, we have a webinar coming up in January that I'll encourage you all to come back for. That is all about, it's called Ransomware Buzzword Bingo. And we're going to get into this exact thing. We're going to have a panel cast discussing all of the different buzzwords around these. Okay, well, I got a post from Robert saying prizes, and you're right, Robert. It's time for prizes, so I will stop talking and get into the prizes now. But once again, a big thank you to Melissa and to Lindsay for, you know, wrapping up this pillar for us on such an incredible note, and really bringing some of those points to life that we heard about throughout the day. So I very much appreciate that. And let's do prizes. Okay, I'll stop stalling now, Robert. I'm Minnesota goodbying all of you. Just can't let you all go. Okay, so we have, as you can see up on our screen here, we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card. And then for those of you counting along at home, the last grand prize winner still left here is a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone, a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone. Just think about all the cool holiday break footage, all your ski trips, all your cross-country ski, all your dog walks, whatever you're doing, you could be creating epic films very quickly here. So a $300 Amazon gift card. If you are here live present at the Mega Summit today and meet all the actual tech media terms and conditions, this is going to go to Luann Hopkins of Wisconsin. Luann Hopkins of Wisconsin. As I said, I'm initially a Midwesterner myself, so I always love to see that crew taking things home. Oh, we got a couple other Midwesterners. Okay, well, now I just gave you a hint. I'm looking ahead at our prize list here. We are going to give away one of those drones. Okay. Drone, this is, we've got 3 of them, so we're going to give them away to 3 different winners here. And this is going to go to Sean Cox of Michigan, Patrick Guest of Indiana, and Bill Chomolsky of Mississippi. So Sean Cox of Michigan, Patrick Guest of Indiana, and Bill Chomolsky of Mississippi. You have all won one of the DJI Mini 3 Pro drones. So we will follow up with all of you. I am going to read the entire prize list out, so bear with me. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay. Now we're ready. All right. So our first gift card went to David McGrath of Alabama. Then we had 2 Apple Watch going to John Hugh of California and Chase Paxton of Texas. A gift card went to Steve Zarian of Pennsylvania, and an AirPod Max headphone went to Georgianne Stepanek of California. Sean Goninor. Oh man, Sean, I did it again. Sean Goninor of Massachusetts and Jack Zhang of Pennsylvania. Then we had a gift card going to Carlos Rosales of Texas, a gift card going to to Rajvi Shah of California, and a gift card going to Edward Niemshura of Massachusetts. A Microsoft Surface Pro 9 going to Eric Gadley of Pennsylvania, Brian Bethelme of Virginia, Alan Bench of California. A gift card going to Renee Yee of California, a gift card going to Jason Zamet of Illinois, a gift card going to Luann Hopkins of Wisconsin, and then three Mini 3 Pro drones going to Sean Cox of Michigan, one to Patrick Guest of Indiana, and one to Bill Chomalski of Mississippi. Whoo, one heck of a prize list there. That's very exciting. That's a lot of great stocking stuffers and presents going home with all of you out there. I also want to say I just saw some really wonderful feedback. I love seeing all of you guys congratulate the prize winners. That's awesome. But I also saw some really great feedback coming back to the presentations, and really specifically for Melissa and Lindsay there at the end as well. And I really appreciate that. I will make sure they're here on live chat with us still, so they are seeing those come in, and we'll make sure that all the speakers get all of your high fives and questions after we wrap today. All right, well, that has been our prize list. I saw a couple questions also about the T's and C's, so I'll just remind you all that the full prize terms and conditions list is there for you in the handouts tab if you are interested in checking that out. All right, we have a few more things to cover, so let me turn my camera back on so that I can walk you through them. Okay, well, as we bring this incredible day to a close, I do have one more exciting resource that I want to make sure I get to chat with you all about. If you are looking for a great way to follow up on our conversation today, you should all head on over to ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to understand, prevent, and recover. So visit ransomware.org now and get some of those exciting resources together that are going to help you take action on all the things that we learned about today. And I've mentioned this a few times during the day. It's always a lot of information. It's really wonderful. It gets everything flowing, and we're only going to retain so much. So make sure that you've got those resources kind of built up so that you can jog your memory and make sure that you're able to actually, action some of the exciting things that we learned about from all of our speakers here today. So ransomware.org is a great way to do that, to kind of take that next step there. Now, if you are here at the webinar today and you would like to come chat with us, maybe about presenting on a summit, an EcoCast, a megacast, a webinar, a mega summit, whatever you have in mind, we would absolutely love to hear from you. Scott, David, myself would love to have a conversation with you at one of these webinars. So please do reach out. You can find us via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. All right, well, folks, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I really want to thank all of our speakers from Cohesity, KnowBe4, Complex, Access Security, Palo Alto Networks, Rubrik, Zerto, and Haiku for making this mega summit possible. I also want to take a moment to once again thank our expert panelists one more time: Alan Liska, Brian Seeley, Sheldon Spears, Lindsay Kay, and Melissa Palmer. Thank you all for sharing your insights and some really incredible takeaways with us throughout the day today. I know that chatting with you all has added a lot to my experience here on the Mega Summit. And looking at all the comments and the high fives and the excitement coming in from all of you, I can see that it is the same for everyone out there with me. So that's incredible. I love that. That makes me so happy. And on that note, hey, I want to give a very special thank you to all of you out there for attending, for asking some really incredible questions. I had so much fun talking with all of you today, digging into the NIST ransomware pillars, really bringing them to life. I think we all know about them. We hear about them. We hear about ransomware all the time. And whether you spend a lot of time with the pillars or maybe only a little bit of time, it's kind of floating around. And it was really exciting to kind of dig into each one of those a little bit more and understand how they can really help you build your ransomware preparedness strategy, especially as we head into this new year. And I'm going to echo something that a few of our speakers, certainly Lindsay and Melissa, kind of hit on this at the end. These are not things that you do one time and then you just leave it and, done and dusted and walk away. This is something that's important to revisit. So today you all took a great step towards that, whether it was a refresher or the first time that you've kind of jumped into any of these ideas. And I'm really excited that we got to take that step together. So before you take off today, though, I do want to make sure you all mark your calendars and come back and join us on Friday, December 16th. That's this Friday, for an expert series discussion on how to plan, monitor, manage, and control cloud costs. That is a big deal. That's a big thing to think about. So please do come join us for that. 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. That's Friday, December 16th. I will be there, so I hope I get to see some of you there too. But hey, either way, I do want to take a moment here because we are kind of winding down for the 2022 season. And I want to make sure that I get the opportunity to wish you all the very best as we come to a close for some of our webinar seasons here in 2022 and start thinking ahead a little bit more towards 2023. So really, honestly, from the absolute bottom of my heart and on behalf of the entire team, thank you all so much for being such a wonderful part of our lives here at Actual Tech Media. We are so lucky to know you all and to get to chat with you. We start to recognize some, I was going to say faces, but I assure you we can't see your faces, but we recognize the familiar names, the highs and hellos. It really does mean a lot. It makes my day when I get to see some of you returning folks, and I love connecting with new folks. So to all of you out there, thank you again for being part of our community here at Actual Tech Media. I hope that we will see you at some webinars this week before we wrap up for this year. And until then, have an absolutely beautiful end to your day.